Yeah, I forgot to click the Hangout Start button.
Oh, the ding ding button.
Yeah. You know what that means? That means we have to open the show all over again.
But I just listened to Sparks once. We should play a different Sparks song for the second part. Oh.
We have to do it again because we get dinged for copyright infringement every week doing this.
You can play a different Sparks song.
Why, hello there, Brian.
Hey, hello.
Hey, thanks for your tweet. Your tweet reminded me, oh yeah, I need to hit the start button on the YouTube stream.
Oh, good one.
Yeah,
good one.
Good one. I started all the streams up.
We am aiming to be professionals.
Yes, yes. Well, hey, I did do something professional. I have a new sound this week, which is something we stumbled upon during the Dune and Bob show, because we all know that Vamp sometimes likes to sing, despite the fact that he has no voice or ear for it, and because a while ago, our good friend Video Vamp did a YouTube clip detailing his experiences in canceling DirecTV and not having it canceled properly, and then playing back the recording to them to show them that, yes, you did say you were going to refund me, and he got refunded. And he celebrated his success at the end of the video by doing this.
Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-da, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-da-da-da-da, da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Which is something that I will never let him forget. And we recently found out that Damon, who does one of the things that Damon's done in his recent pursuits is start doing live solo shows, and so he prepared backing tracks that he would play keyboard and sing to. And one of the tracks that Damon did, since he's an '80s keyboard guy, is the Final Countdown. And we got our hands on Damon's backing tracks, and so we were able to sync them up. And so here we go.
Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-da, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-da-da-da-da, da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
I think we should send that to Damon and have him actually use that in his live set from now on.
That's incredible.
Do you like that?
Oh, that is too awesome, man.
Hey, I told you, I'm a professional here. I went to school for this.
Yeah, right. Hey, put those talents to good use.
Yeah, yeah. It won't make me any money, but it is fun.
Okay, so who else is on the show?
Oh, well, we got Mars in the room with us. Hello, Mars.
Huh?
There he is.
Huh? He had fallen asleep.
He had fallen asleep.
Hello, Mars.
No.
And I'd like to thank Mars for handing me the new sound effect that I'm going to beat to death for the next 5 years.
Uh-oh.
But before we get to that, we got to introduce Neo is also in the room with us. Hello, Neo.
Hello.
Boobies!
And I have a button
There
I
you
can
go.
press if she doesn't actually talk and stuff.
Oh,
like
okay. So if she's really asleep,
Yeah,
you
she's
can
asleep.
pretend like she's yeah.
Right. Yeah. When she's asleep, the only thing she says is
Boobies!
so. That's what we got. But no, this past show, I was talking about the past Dune and Bob show, which is on Sundays, which is when Brian's working on the honey-do list. So he can't tune into he's not allowed to tune into the Dune and Bob show because that's that's work time, right? Right, Brian?
That's correct.
Something like
That's
that.
work time.
Yeah, that's work time. And so I was talking about the new 2 external 5 terabyte hard drives had arrived, which resulted in you don't just attach 2 hard drives to your computer and call it done. No, you turn that into a weekend-long project is what you do when you're someone like me. And it turned into hard drives dying because they knew that they were going to be getting backed up soon. So it turned into a hard drive recovery process. And then, of course, it turned into realizing how old the hard drives in the broadcast machine were, and a trip to Fry's to buy a new solid-state drive there, and it turned into firmware updates on the BIOS on the motherboard of that machine.
Yay, BIOS.
Which turned into Angry Gators. And the reference I used was Me, Myself, and Irene. When Jim Carrey's about to lose it, he hears the angry drums in his head. And when I made that reference, I'd like to thank Sir Mars for sending Dune the sound. So this is now the sound effect we will use whenever I'm getting angry or whenever we tell a story about me getting angry. So this is the new reference for the show.
Sorry, guys.
So there we go. I love that. Thank you, Mars. That's so awesome that you found that for us.
Well, you know, it's Me, Myself, and Irene. It's a great movie.
It is. It is. And hey, Brian, I'd like to congratulate you. Some congratulations are in order for you. We'll even need to get.
What? Then he didn't get caned this week? What?
No. Even more impressive.
Oh.
He got Nick on Twitter.
What?
You're kidding?
Really?
What?
You didn't know this?
No.
I thought for sure you were behind this. Nick mentioned to
You're
me.
kidding.
Nick mentioned to me in passing, yeah, I've been doing Twitter, or I looked at Twitter, but I don't know what. I'm like, oh, you must be following Brian then. And he didn't talk much about it, but apparently.
Oh.
No. I had nothing to do with that. I thought that was a lot.
Brian, you should follow him.
And actually, which actually I've been kind of sliding away from Twitter, getting more involved in.
I noticed that.
Doing more. Well, I'm not off. I'm just kind of sliding away because I'm spending more time on Google Plus and YouTube.
Ah.
You know, because there's good prepper videos on YouTube.
Again with the preppers.
Oh yeah. I'm bonding with preppers.
Bonding with preppers. Oh my, we're gonna have to have one on the show at some point. But
I know. Well, this one guy I was talking to, and I was telling you, I kind of wanted to get this guy on. And I did actually talk to him about it, and it's not something that he can do. Let's just put it that way.
What? Skype?
Not in good health. So
talking?
No.
There are times where he could do it, but then not for long. So I don't think it would.
He might have to kill us.
It would be great, but no, he's a cool guy.
He can't fit. He doesn't have enough tinfoil to wrap the whole computer while making the Skype connection.
Maybe he's afraid of Edison.
Right. Well, actually, he has a cabin that's out in the woods. He lives in the Colorado Springs area.
So he's got less Wi-Fi.
Nice area.
He's got less Wi-Fi than venison, is what you're saying.
And he has a cabin up in the woods. I think he said once Buena Vista, so it's way.
Is it right next to NORAD?
When he's up in the cabin.
He's up in the cabin.
Well, I think his house is near NORAD.
I was going to say, that's very smart. It's over near NORAD.
His internet connection is just satellite, and you have to pay by the pay by the nose.
Pay by the bit.
Through the nose.
That's like a quarter a bit.
Yeah.
You know, that's the.
Yeah. Although he says, I guess they have a free window from like midnight to 5 a.m. or something.
We could do that.
So.
What?
Saturday night. We'll do a Saturday night show.
Now the thing that I don't understand is he can, on satellite, you download from the satellite. How do you upload? You don't upload to the satellite.
You can upload, it's just latency sucks.
Apparently uploading sucks, which we know this from when the GIMP tried to do a show using satellite. And I think we still have that bit in automation where all the clips are really choppy and jumpy that were used to demonstrate how awful his show was. And of course, the GIMP has since gotten better internet. Not better show, not better. Actually, his show was better when his internet was bad because it made more sense when you skipped every few words. If that makes sense.
Right. Well, right, because you couldn't actually tell that the show sucked, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, it was harder to tell that the show sucked. It's kind of like Venison's show these days. Wait, what? Never mind. They had gators, man.
So Brian, you'll find this interesting. My sister used to live in Colorado Springs, and her first daughter was born at the military hospital over there.
Oh, is
and
that
from there,
what is that, Peterson
yes,
Field?
I'm
been
not
there.
sure which field it is, but she's but what was interesting was she was born right after 9/11. So I was over there. I was like, "Oh, cool! Look, it's Cheyenne Mountain." There's like a part shaved off. And I took a picture of it. Yeah, I had my camera seized, and they took the film and took it away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we were in Hawaii and we took the bus over to the what was it, the memorial there. They told us, don't take any pictures on the bridge. They will stop the bus and seize the camera.
Yeah, this was right.
It's
was
not
cool.
like the Russians don't know.
Exactly.
That's the absurdity.
It was kind of cool because you go right into the military hospital and you see this giant tank like standing right there, and you have to go over this big metal plate and they sweep your car, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. And they go, and so we had to give legal IDs and blah 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 just to go in. I was like, oh my god, what the hell?
Well, I worked at a nuclear weapons facility and for a couple years. And yeah, that was a daily deal. And you went past that sign that says, "Oh, by the way, we have the right to shoot you if we decide that's what we want to do."
Oh, nice.
Nice. Nice.
I'd be like, okay, getting out of here. I'd rather be someplace where they don't have the right to shoot me.
Yeah. I mean, you'd have lunch at the cafeteria, and you kind of go, really, I just want to get out of this place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the first, the nearest restaurant was like a dozen miles away. So that's what's up in Rocky Flats near Boulder.
Okay.
Colorado.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I worked there a couple of years, and then that place has been closed.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
So it still glows, glows in the dark, but
Yes.
The funny thing, when you work for a company, especially a public company, a lot of times they talk about what's going on in the company and what you do and all this kind of stuff. Well, the subcontractor was running Rocky Flats was Rockwell International, so their annual report would talk about, work on, of course, the big thing then was the B-1 bomber was back in production and working on this and that and this space stuff and all this cool stuff. There was a footnote at the back, basically said, if you want to know anything about our activities at Rocky Flats, just give us a call. And that was it. That's all they would say. It was funny as hell. It's like, oh yes, our contribution to this country is so welcomed.
I see.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
keeping us all safe.
So I got some news at work today.
What happened?
Well, there's it's kind of a bad news, good news thing.
You got a new Keurig for your office?
No, because the ones they make now are made with the plastic, and Nick loves to remind us that he got that one on sale, and it was the old model, so it was the good one. And right, Brian, you know the story.
Yeah.
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 We all know the story. The whole building knows the story. Now, so it turns out they decided to go with another candidate for Trexler Town. So.
They make the industrial ones.
Candidate for what?
Those are metal.
Trexler Town. The promotion I was looking into. That I.
That's not going.
Yeah.
Right. So they found another candidate that they really liked. Brought him in. So that position is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gators.
That's a bummer.
Well, it's a little bit of a bummer, but I was prepared for it to go that way because I did specifically ask a question: how many people have applied for this? And he told me I'd interviewed 10 people, and I got a few more phone interviews. So I knew that there's a lot of candidates here. I need to be prepared for this to not work out. I've already come to terms with that. Now the thing is, though, is that they were advertising 2 other positions that I was thinking about being possible positions. One being in Southern Cal, which I wasn't all that interested in moving out to La La Land, and one in Salem, Oregon, which would cover that region. So I would cover our Seattle plant and our Portland plant, so people I know, places I'm currently covering as it is, because I'm the person that knows the stuff. And so I kind of said to myself, that'll be plan B. Because if I don't get this, I need to get promoted to somewhere else, or I need to get out of there. Because I've seen the writing on the walls that they don't need both me and my supervisor. They're only going to need one of us once everything is settled down and transitions are done. They don't need two of us. And I've been saying this to my supervisor. I've been saying, hey, they're not going to need both of us. They're going to get rid of me.
Are you sure you should be saying that to your supervisor?
Well, we talk. We talk friendly.
Okay.
I talk to her more friendly than I should.
Oh.
Brian will back me up on that.
Yeah, no, it's good to be realistic for sure.
Yeah.
And if you have a
you buy them
with
a
your
vodka
boss,
tonic on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah. So I've and when I've told MP, I think they're going to probably get rid of me in a year, or made comments like, I don't think they're going to need both of us here. I think things are going to change. I don't think they're going to need both of us. And you got the experience. You got the seniority. She said, no, we got plenty of plants here. I'm like, oh, think about it. Think about it, MP. Well, today, I guess she got the word that they had another candidate for Trexler Town, and so she sat down with me today. But she said that they're still looking for someone in Salem, and the guy she reports to, which is the guy that's kind of responsible for the region, has kind of mentioned when talking to her, yeah, they don't really, they found another candidate for Trexler Town, but I was thinking maybe Salem for him. So he's interested in looking at me.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. And that
now,
really,
have you been up there? Do you know what that's like?
I've been to the Portland plant, but I've not been to the Salem plant.
In Oregon?
Okay, but
Yeah.
I'm talking about the area. I mean, the
You're
area.
closer to Neo.
Now we did go when we were in Portland. We drove outside of Portland to this beautiful scenic waterfall. So I do know that there's a lot of beautiful scenic areas in Oregon, but I've not seen the Salem area. I mean,
you'll be close to Neo.
And
Closer.
you got one one leg up on moving to that area.
There you go.
What's that?
You got one leg up.
I got a leg up.
You got one leg up for moving to that area.
What's that?
You know how to say Oregon.
Well, yeah. Kristen
Some
Street.
people, because the outsider that doesn't know any better says Oregon.
Well, that's how I use.
What would they say? It's not Oregon Trail. It's Oregon Trail.
Let me tell you, I have to make an effort to say it wrong because I know that it really is Oregon, and that's how I've always said it. But
no, it's Oregon.
But Kristen insists that it's Oregon. So since she makes decisions for us.
Like I say, you've learned that, because actually, if you're talking to was it Oregonian, whatever it is,
Oregonian,
they'll say we're not gone.
We're not gone. All right, yeah, I've been schooled.
Who says Oregon? Really?
I've been schooled
from the East Coast. That's how they say it. They say Oregon.
I've always said Oregon.
Because
probably because I was trained on Oregon Trail, the stupid video game that I used to.
It's an O. On.
I don't care.
You don't.
But also
no
you're not
E
from
at
the East.
end
Mark,
of it.
you're not from the East Coast.
You don't turn the lights in. You turn the lights on.
Yes, but there's no E at the end. So it's Oregon.
But thank you, Brian, for noticing that I have relented and backed down on that position and have gone with Oregon.
I agree with Kristen.
Okay. Well,
I do.
Ultimately, I've agreed with her too.
But like I say, East Coast, they say it Oregon.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
And I'm familiar with the concept of letting someone else put the gas in the gas tank. Because that's how we roll in Jersey.
Right. That's right. In fact, there was an anchor on CNBC said that there were two civilized states in the Union. New Jersey and, of course, that's kind of an oxymoron, New Jersey and Oregon.
How is that an oxymoron?
New Jersey civilized?
Hey, I'll have you know we're quite civilized.
Oh, by the way, have you guys been
about?
following the YouTubes on for John Oliver?
Not lately, but I need to, you know.
Well, he has a newer one. That one is talking about the New York Port Authority.
Oh.
It is hilarious. In fact, it's fairly short.
Okay, we'll have to check that out at some point. But yeah, so anyways, that's the latest. So tomorrow I need to give that guy a call and go, hey, I talked to MP. She mentioned you're interested in be for the Salem position. I'm interested too. Let's talk about Salem.
Cool.
And
now that's up to. Have you? Yeah, you've been. You said you've been up to Oregon then.
Yeah, I've been up to Oregon.
Okay. Now the cool thing about Oregon is that they have no sales tax.
That is cool.
So that's a plus.
That means something else is more expensive, though.
Well, but I mean,
they get it out of you somewhere.
Don't own property.
Well, I'd like to own property at some point in time.
Now, of course, the ideal thing is if you're near the Washington border, you actually live in Washington because Washington has no income tax. So you live in Washington and you buy stuff in Oregon, you see, and you avoid those two taxes.
You know, that reminds me of, like, I remember there was, when I was living in Jersey, that was, you know, buying things on the internet was becoming a big thing. And people were discovering that they could buy their cigarettes on the internet and not pay tax on the cigarettes, because I guess New Jersey had instituted this cigarette tax that made cigarettes significantly more expensive, because that adds up quickly. And so people were buying it on the internet. And the rule technically is that you're supposed to claim that and pay that on your taxes, that, hey, I bought this.
Does anybody?
Well, New Jersey found a way to, I guess, they found a way to find out certain people were buying. They were keeping an eye out, doing some investigating. And if they found someone was buying cigarettes online, they would track it, and then they would send them a tax bill at the end of the year.
Oh, nice.
Basically saying, we saw that you purchased this many cigarettes, you owe this much in taxes, send a check here. And,
yeah, the question is, how would they know? What would they be tracking?
I don't know how.
I mean, typically, you're not going to get, shall we say, cooperation from a company and have the company report.
The point, I don't know how they were doing it, but the point is they did it. Yeah. And there were people that were legitimately getting these notices in the mail. And what do you do? Say no? It's the government asking.
Well, I mean,
taxes.
It's like, you know, you're supposed to be paying the sales tax on all the stuff, say you buy from Amazon.
Yeah.
And Amazon finally caved into California and said, well, we're going to collect California tax, which is kind of a bummer.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah,
I mean,
supposed to claim that on your taxes
let's face it. You know, it makes it fair.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that aren't always enforced or easily enforceable, but New Jersey decided to make an effort to enforce the cigarette tax on online sales, and I don't know how likely you were to get dinged on that or not, or what percentage of people were getting away with it or not getting away with it, but they found a way to find certain sales and were sending bills out to people.
Right.
And it was pissing people off, because what could they do but pay it?
Well, yeah. I mean, well, you could fight it. You could say, well, let me see your proof.
I'm sure they would send them with a piece of paper, and well, they're the government. They could garnish your wages or throw you in jail.
No, you would still say, hey, you have to prove this. You'd have to go to court. It would cost you something, but
it would probably cost you more. Is really the bottom line there.
Well, I mean, it just depends on how strong you think the principle is, and if you get a class action together, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know whatever came of it though. I don't think anyone ever did that though. That's the thing. So anyway, so that's I'm on Plan B now, and if that doesn't work out, MP basically kind of said, you know, if you don't get this, they're not going to need you for forever. So, you know, and I appreciate her honesty with me, but my response to her was, well, what have I been telling you? That's exactly what I've been saying, MP. That's exactly what I've been telling you. I see the writing on the wall. Let me tell you, if I don't get this, I am looking for something and getting out of here. And I have that kind of relationship with her that I could tell her that.
Right.
You know, because she's pretty much told me to do that. So.
Right. No. I mean, it's just smart, and it's good that you can have an honest, an honest deal with.
Yeah. Me and MP have a.
Right.
There might have been times where you've questioned the way I've handled my relationship with my boss, but I think you're seeing I played it pretty good actually.
Well, I mean, you got past the shouting matches.
Yeah.
With her, that was the only thing I said. Hey, that's kind of stupid.
Well, but that was happening. We both had our points in those matches, though.
Well, sure, but I mean,
and you were coaching both sides of us, which is kind of fun.
Well, not her side so much.
You gave her some pointers and some advice at times.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, not that much though, but.
Well,
not as much as I talked to you about it. Let's put it that way.
Well, our talking was more me venting.
Yeah.
But no, I think you gave her advice she listened to, and I'm glad she listened to your advice and not other people's advice.
Right.
And I certainly told her I appreciated that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, so that's my so it's nice that she's got my back and is basically being straightforward with, hey, you better go for this or you better start looking for something else. It's nice to have a boss that'll do that. Most bosses,
right.
Most business relationships are, let's keep him here as long as we can and not tell him that the writing's on the wall. But the thing is, I saw the writing was on the wall.
Stopped.
I saw it, and I told her, and now she confirmed it. Like, yeah, you better look for something. So that's, but.
Well, I mean, how long ago? A dozen years ago, we had those equity owners, those assholes that only are interested in money.
Right.
And they decided that they were going to reduce the staff. And so it just kind of came in with the hatchet, passed out the pink slips.
Even more so than when I started. Because I remember when I started there, it was every week. There was.
Well, I mean,
that was painful.
But at that point, they were missing the IT department, right? They didn't lay anybody off in IT. Whereas,
you mean there was a
dozen years ago,
the hatchet hit IT? Because I know the
I know the
IT.
Fact, they hit the guy that was the director of IT.
So the boss man.
That's not good.
So that's when the boss man became the boss man?
That's correct.
Well, it worked out good for the boss man.
Yeah. He was probably shaking his boots like, oh, good, phew, they picked me to take the place.
Yeah, because I do know. I kind of gathered. I don't know much about the IT department there before I was there, but I've heard names, and when I hear different names, I think to myself, they were more staffed up at one point in time.
Well,
the list of names
when I started, we basically had 4 programmers. And we had been cut down to 2. And it was kind of like at that time, I think we were down to 2 programmers, which is fortunate because if we had any more, they would have let some programmers go. So we were down to 2 programmers, and okay, well we don't have to cut there because. So
they never rebuilt the department.
Well, at one point we had 4, but then again we were running on major projects, so.
Right.
We definitely always needed more programmers, but
at
that time,
they decided,
like, okay,
well, we'll just run it on minimum and do, this is the workforce that you have to work with, so you're going to have to choose your projects based on that. Not these are the projects and get the workforce we need.
That's right.
All right. Well, I know. So, I know when I.
Yeah. So actually we had, at that time we had. 2 people in your position.
Right.
And they cut one of them. So this one guy got cut, and MP stayed. MP was here at the time.
Yeah.
And in fact, when this guy left, he kind of disappeared the way Oh, that guy in credit, that credit manager?
Uh-huh.
He just kind of disappeared?
Off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
No one ever heard from him again.
Well, although people do hear from this guy that was in the credit department, but not that much.
Oh, I've not heard anything from. Well, then again, I did have to change my phone number, so he probably, if he did try to call me, he got someone else. Which is, well, I've told him about my show. He was one of these guys that kept asking me about my show. Oh, I ought to tune in sometime. And the more I told him about the show, the more he wanted to tune in, because that was back when I was doing the Saturday night shows that involved large amounts of alcohol, right. and that seemed like his bag. You know, large amounts of alcohol, late nights hanging.
Back when the show was juiced up.
Back when, yeah. But yeah, he was like, "Oh man, I got to tune in one of these days." So, anyways, yeah. So you're saying, so this happened around the time that the family sold it to the company, and then the company came in and hatcheted everyone, or was it with that company for a while?
Well, it wasn't right away. Yeah, the family had sold it to the company, and things were going good at first, but we went through a downturn, and you know the guys that are interested in making money, if your revenue goes down, you have to cut heads.
Right. Because
so they came
for
in,
them it was an
investment.
For them it was an investment. It was, we're going to hold this company, and then we're going to sell it for more, and that was the only thing they were interested in.
Right. Well, and then to complicate things, when these investors came in, they didn't bring in any money. The entire operation was paid for on bank loans. So it was what they call highly leveraged. And so not only do you have those owners that are putting pressure on you, but you had the bankers. We had bankers come through all the time. It was bizarre.
Now, was that the same company that owned it when I came in, or was there two companies it went through before it ended up with being sold to?
There were two companies.
Okay,
before you came, that was sold to the other guys. The other guys were better because they actually brought in some of their own money.
Right, because I know that the number two often said that company did treat us well, and were good to us. And the feeling I got was that there wasn't hostility or ill thoughts towards the company that owned us. I mean, as far as that type of an arrangement goes.
To me, here's the difference. The first equity partners, they offered some incentive to some employees. So they had some stock options. Some guys actually even got the ability to buy some company stock and what have you. Whereas the new guys offered nothing. I never got a dime of a bonus from the second company. So yeah, they were not.
We got one bonus from the second company.
Well, but that was sort of, yeah. But it was crap.
Because I remember it was crap because I remember the first year I was there. Well, there was always the holiday bonus. We always got a holiday bonus.
Yeah, and that was crap.
And it was crap.
I've done much better holiday bonuses, but I mean it was something. Yeah, that's true.
But the second year I was there, we actually got a holiday bonus and a year-end bonus. Because we actually rebounded a bit the second year after we got through chopping heads and. Now, Dune writes in they or he decided. See, now I've read this message so late, I don't have any context for it. Please, people, when you write in questions, write full questions so that I have a context when I get to it like 20 minutes later. Yeah. All right, so now that we've given out the details of the company that I work for, oh, dear. Without naming any names, though. But, yeah, so anyways, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping, and this is looking much more promising than the last one, because the guy that is responsible for that region has thrown my... Now, apparently they interviewed a candidate for Salem, and the guy that's in charge of the left half of the country liked him, but when he asked the guy that MP reports to what he thinks, his response was, "Nah, I don't know about him," and I think I might want to try to give Jonathan a try at that. So, that I liked that. I like that. You know, that makes me feel good about the people I'm working for and my chances at that place. That they're like, well, let's give this guy a chance. So that's looking very good for me. So it looks like we won't be having an NHB Fun Bus 3.0 going across the country, but hey, we might have a brief visit with Neo on the way up there. A one episode, an NHB Fun Bus 3.0 that consists of one quick stop to the meth capital of the country to say hi to Neo.
And then when their family chases you off with a bear or a shotgun, just run.
Maybe I'll just wave.
Hi! Bye!
Roll down the window, honk the horn, and wave. And, of course, Neo will...
Well, you're going to have some people yelling obscenities at you if you do that. You know that already.
And Neo will look up and yell out,
"Boobies!"
And that's going to be the extent of the Fun Bus.
Yeah,
I don't know if you even say that.
That's the only sound I have, so that's what we're going with.
I'll stick the bear and the elk on you.
There we go. All right.
What's going on?
No.
Gators is coming to visit.
No, I might.
No.
Maybe.
I was saying I might be moving to Salem, Oregon, so I might pass by and wave hi to you on the way up.
I'm like, yay, he's moving closer to you now.
No.
No, you won't even wave back. You won't wave back.
You don't know where I live. You don't where I live. It's a discreet location.
You don't want to let me just wave, as I. Well,
no.
Oh. Whatever.
I will shoot you on the hill.
All right.
See, at least you now know there's a hill around there.
Okay. All right. So
just look for the hill and look for the meth and you'll find it.
So look for meth on a hill. Okay, got it. Got it. Meth hill is what we're looking for. Okay.
Meth hill.
I was gonna.
Or just look for the cloud of weed above.
Since Neo's here, let's read her link. Apparently, there was a something on Instagram with a photo removed. Megan Tojes is a singer-songwriter, YouTube star, and body-positive vlogger. She's basically my hero, the person who wrote this article. And after you listen to her rant at Instagram for removing one of her photos from their site for being offensive, she'll be your hero too. If you're short on time, jump to 3 minutes, 27 seconds for the really good stuff. All right, well, let's jump to 3 minutes and 27 seconds. And because, I don't know how much time we have. Hours.
We got about 6 hours, right?
Yeah, well, let's get to where it gets going.
Hey guys, it's Mary Congress, and you're watching Frequently Asked Tangents.
All right.
In the past, I've used these to kind of talk about my opinions about that the person who owns that body had the intention of creating those sexual feelings. Let me tell you personally why I find it annoying that all of these photos are on your site and don't get taken down, and this photo does.
All right, basically, here's what we skipped in 3 minutes. She posted a photo of her booty to Instagram, and it got taken down as offensive. And she basically
nothing wrong with that. Why is that offensive?
No, and let me just tell you, it's a very tasteful. It's a very nice ass.
She wasn't twerking or anything.
She wasn't twerking. Well, it's a still picture. Okay. So she's got panties on. Certainly, there is cheeks popping out that you can see. That very tasteful though. Very. I have to say, very nice ass.
Does she have an LA face with an Oakland booty? I have to ask.
I don't know what that means. But all right. So she posted a picture of her ass, which was a nice ass. I'm not like I'm like, hey, that's not bad. And she showed 6 other pictures that were not taken down of people showing their ass. And I think what this revolves around is that she is heavier than the people in the other pictures, and so the idea is that they flagged the curvy booty as offensive, whereas the skinny booties were fine. And this is, of course, offensive to her, and she is now going to rant about that. And we're going to check this out.
I want you to think of how many big girls you see on the internet, on television, in magazines, wearing bathing suits, lingerie, shorts, dresses, tight-fitting clothing, who aren't openly mocked, who aren't torn apart as being disgusting. who aren't made to believe that when they wear the exact same clothing as people with thinner bodies in the same social situations, that they are disgusting and should hide themselves. And now you have the answer as to why a lot of girls who look like me, and by a lot I mean not very many, post pictures of themselves showing their thighs or their stomach or parts that other women and other people show proudly and are never questioned on, because that's what we're used to seeing and we're comfortable with that. You have the opportunity to be a platform where people can engage in a very body positive community, can openly share their lives, including their bodies, in a very appropriate and positive way, falling all within your community guidelines. And I don't give a fuck about how comfortable people are seeing that. Being uncomfortable is different from viewing nudity or pornography. I would hope that it's a goal of yours as a platform to make sure that closed-minded, ignorant, and hateful people don't abuse your report feature, which is awful. I will say that there is an I don't like this photo selection when you go to report a photo, and when you click on that, Instagram basically takes you to a page and says, get over it. Unfollow or block this person for posting a picture that you personally are uncomfortable with. That's pretty solid advice. Now, I don't blame Instagram for the fact that there are people in this world who just feel like, because I'm uncomfortable with something, everyone should be uncomfortable with something. But I do have to say, Instagram, you have no customer service. It's frustrating that there's not an email, there's not a phone number, there's no button I can click to be like, I want to repeal this, and I want to like actually have a human being look at this, line this up with the community guidelines, and either give me a yay or nay. Basically, this lack of a real system means that anyone could send their friends over to any account, flag a bunch of photos, and have an account completely taken down for really no reason, because no one's kind of overseeing this process. That sucks as someone who uses a site and stores kind of their life on this site and is excited to promote this app, is that there's really no safety. There's no one watching out for the people using the actual app who are doing so in good faith and following your community guidelines. Like, Daddy Instagram either needs to come in and say, okay, anything that causes impure thoughts, anything above the knee, any picture of a model, Fitspiration site, Playboy's Instagram, anything where someone's on a beach and not wearing a snowsuit, these are all inappropriate and don't go with our community guidelines. And then take all of those photos down, or they need to start protecting the people who use their sites of all sizes, of all bodies. I don't like double standards. I don't like when a site doesn't take direct action to define its own rules and to enforce those rules fairly. I don't like it. And finally, Instagram, you say that you shouldn't upload a video or photo if it's something that you wouldn't show a child, your boss, or your parents. And to that I say, hi, Mom. I will literally send pictures of my butt that I put on the internet to my mom beforehand in a text message and get her approval before I put them online, because not every mom body shames, and if I had a child, I wouldn't raise them to hate their body and to hate the bodies of others, and I wouldn't work for someone who wants to body shame and thinks that I shouldn't be allowed to be on the beach in a bikini or to wear underwear or to follow community guidelines. Oh, I'm sorry that I make you uncomfortable with my body. It's not an apology. I don't really care, though. So what do you guys think? Do you think that this is a problem, that this is something that Instagram should fix? And if so, how do you think they should fix the system? I think it's pretty flawed, but I'm sure many of you disagree with me. I love you guys all very much. Every Sunday there will be Frequently Asked Tangents where I will talk about important life stuff and tell you my unfortunate opinions about them. Also, somewhere in this video, there's a secret annotation to a channel that I'm starting. It's gonna be awesome. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be awesome. That's not the name of the channel, but it's gonna be awesome. And there's gonna be a lot more body positive stuff on there.
All right, we get the idea. So yeah, apparently.
No, well, I'm sorry. That was a recording, right?
Yeah, that was a YouTube clip.
Oh, that was YouTube. Okay, so you're gonna post that link on Twitter?
Hey, that's a good idea. Let me.
I do say she is a potty mouth, though. So.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. We will post that to the.
I'm just saying her mouth is worse, is dirtier than she is.
And if you're not following me on Twitter, if you want the link, follow me on Twitter. That's @JohnnyGators. And here we go. I'm going to post the link. There we go.
There you go.
Tweet. There it is. Let's see. Whacked Out writes in. bet that chick sucks at blowjobs if she even gives them. Oh, thank you, Whacked Out. That's real classy.
Yay, Whacked Out.
Keeping it classy, Whacked Out. Keeping it real classy.
Oh, Mars. Hey, you included Emergency Kitchen.
I did. I think
awesome.
They needed to know.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyways, so yeah, I basically it sounds to me like the real problem is that, well, there's two problems here. One, that people are assholes and will flag something as offensive because someone's heavy and not flag things offensive that are skinny. And also it sucks that Instagram has this policy of blocking things based on reports without overseeing it, from what she's saying. And yeah, that's a problem, and they should. But apparently, Instagram has responded, apologized for it, and unblocked it. So.
But it's just not Instagram. I mean, that's just one case.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, like I said, the real first issue is that people are assholes.
You know, if you took down all the pictures off of Tumblr, there would be no Tumblr left.
Yeah.
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 You know, it's you know, bodies come in all different shapes and sizes, and that's a great thing. And I think that you know was, like I said, I looked at the picture. My thought wasn't, wow, that's big. My thought was, hey, that's a nice ass. That was my thought. I don't understand where people were flagging it, because it was a nice picture. She's a cute looking girl. I don't understand people. You know.
Well, no, people are assholes.
Yeah.
People are assholes. That's as simple as that.
Yeah.
You don't need to go. You know, you get these assholes on Twitter. In fact, Twitter is for assholes, right?
Well, you're on it, so.
Well, you know.
And now Nick is on it, so there.
And you write most of your tweets in all caps.
Yeah. Well, maybe when I. You know what? I did mention that you tweet a lot of cat pictures, so maybe that's. Maybe it's me.
See?
The kicker.
He's probably following Emergency Kitten. So, you know.
We're going to have to educate Nick on certain things to follow on Twitter now.
That's right. Yeah.
And not Rocco?
Yeah, Emergency Kitten is the #1.
Oh, no. Maybe I better sign up for a second Twitter account that I don't scream and curse on now, because if he follows...
You mean your third Twitter account, you mean?
Well, I got rid of that second Twitter account a while ago.
Did you? Because it's still there.
Is it? I stopped using it.
I think so.
I don't think so.
Oh.
I think Jonathan Guitars is gone.
Okay, let's look. I'll look later. I'm too lazy right now.
No, there's no results for @Jonathan Guitars. It's gone. It's
good.
Absolutely gone. Someone can go register it and make a mock account.
There you go.
Whacked Out writes in, Johnny, you can always Instagram your ass and see what happens. Now that is a case where I am perfectly okay with people flagging it offensive. You know, because yes, my ass is offensive. You know, heck,
How come Walmart commercials never feature someone in a wife beater and pajama pants dragging 6 kids by their earlobes?
Because that's
Is too real?
Because that's part of the surprise element of Walmart. They you know. They want that to be a nice surprise. Yes, the People of Walmart is a great site that I highly recommend. Oh, I see. You're retweeting someone else's tweet. And we lost.
Brian. You left again.
Oh, no, he got disconnected. Anyways.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagery is stupid.
So, here's another one we could talk about. Let's talk about the state of Nebraska.
Nebraska?
What the fuck's going on in Nebraska?
What happens in Nebraska?
Well, here's what happened in Nebraska. a lesbian couple got married in Iowa, right?
Okay.
They moved to Nebraska. Nebraska.
I don't know why they'd want to do that, but
to be closer to family.
Okay.
And one person in the couple who changed her last name when being married used to live in Nebraska when she was younger. And so she previously had a Nebraska driver's license under her original name.
Okay.
She went to register for a new Nebraska driver's license under her new name. Now, the state of Nebraska requires you to present the document. All right. And we got Brian back on the line. Hello.
Yeah, what the heck? Just about made an hour.
Yeah.
And then bam.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a lot of wires between here and Singapore.
That's right.
All right, so I was just talking about what a bunch of fuckwads they are in Nebraska. So I'll just read the article. She had no trouble obtaining a Nebraska driver's license at 16, but now she's been turned down at 51. It has nothing to do with Sue Strosser's ability to drive and everything to do with another kind of license, her Iowa marriage license, attesting that she is wed to Mary Strosser. Although staffers at the Department of Motor Vehicles office near 50th and L Streets in Omaha were polite, Sue said she left in tears. At the core of my pain and shock, she said, is that I am from Omaha. I was born and raised here. These are my people, and these are Mary's people. I am left feeling angry, sad, and a little bit empty. The problem at the DMV has to do with her name change and Nebraska's 2000 constitutional amendment that says the state does not recognize same-gender marriages. As a teenager attending Omaha West Side High, Sue got her driver's license under her maiden name, Kirchhofer. Sue and Mary, who have been together for 30 years, lived on the West Coast before moving back to the Omaha Council Bluffs area in 2003 to be closer to both of their families. Though Sue has worked in Omaha as a health professional, the couple lived in Council Bluffs and married there in 2009, after which Sue took Mary's last name. The family, including their sons, aged 3 and 2, recently moved across the river. The Strossers bought a house next to Elmwood Park in the Dundee neighborhood. Sue, who has a valid Iowa driver's license, went to the DMV office July 14th to obtain a Nebraska license under her married name. She was told that because she had a previous Nebraska license under her maiden name, she needed to show the document that changed her name. She returned with her Iowa marriage license, and staffers graciously told her she didn't have to stand in line a second time. But a clerk checked with the supervisor and returned with the news. The Iowa marriage license is not valid in Nebraska, and so was not legal proof of her new name. Sue's legal remedy, she was told, was to go to court and have her name legally changed. Only then could she get a Nebraska driver's license as Sue Strosser. That would be time-consuming and costly, but what's most frustrating to Sue is that Sue Strosser is who she is. Her Social Security card says so, her passport says so, and her credit card says so. I have a Nebraska state license to practice in my healthcare profession, she says. I work in Nebraska as Strosser. I have paid Nebraska taxes for 3 years as Strosser, and I'm denied a driver's license? A couple of weeks ago, after mail was stolen from their mailbox, Sue had to open a new bank account and was asked for her Nebraska driver's license as proof of identification. When she explained the situation, the bank accepted her passport. In changing car insurance from Iowa to Nebraska, she was required to show a current license from the state where she resides. The company understood my quandary, she said, and has extended the period in which I can change over the insurance. Sue had feared she wouldn't be able to register because she didn't have a Nebraska driver's license. But Justine Kessler of the Douglas County Election Commission told me a driver's license is not required. Relieved to know that, Sue said she nevertheless wonders what other unforeseen legal roadblocks she might face. What a load of fucking bullshit. We don't acknowledge that piece of paper because we had to make it because we're against because we want to be a bunch of bigots.
You know what would happen, Gators, if she went to a court and said, I need to legally change my name? They'd look at her and go, you know what? All this already says you are who you are. case dismissed, you're now legal no matter what.
Well,
they wouldn't even keep that in court. They'd be like, yeah, that's nice.
The
Guess
point
what?
is,
you don't have to worry about it.
The point is, she shouldn't have to go through this hassle. She shouldn't have to.
No, she shouldn't have to.
You're assuming that the court's going to have common sense. What if she gets to a court that doesn't have common sense?
Then she
here's the difference. The court would probably, even if they have an objection, they would understand that they don't want to make a federal case out of this. Whereas the DMV goon, and I say that affectionately, right?
Well, they were.
The DMV
to be
goon
fair,
only has a process, and they are really just imposing their own, bullshit on the process.
Well, to be fair, everything I've read in this story shows any human that's been involved in this has been kind and polite and has done all they can. They were very cordial
because
to her.
That's a lower level bureaucrat, clerk that you're working with, and they can be nice.
Right. Everyone's been nice about
Whereas
this.
the manager is probably the asshole that's not actually even confronting the situation because the person actually doesn't have the balls to do that.
Well, or they know that it's no use. I mean, the law, the Constitution states that they went out of their way to make it so that people that acquire legal documents in other states that they have moral objections to are completely disacknowledged. Is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
They went to offensive levels with the law to pursue their bigoted thoughts. That it's not enough for us that it's not legal in this state. We need to go out of our way to basically say we're not going to recognize the other states that did what we don't want to do here. We won't even.
Right.
What is it that big of a deal to recognize in other states' documents? Why are you going out of your way making legal blockings and recognizing legal documents?
And the thing is that they would, if this was, if the person decided to go after this, the DMV would lose.
Well, yeah. Basically, if they
so they're just being a pain in the ass, but they would lose. Now maybe the thing to do is just go to rather than trying to go to court to make them lose in the court, go to the press and have them lose in the press. If you think that'll work, of course you got the rednecks that will.
Basically,
we'll side with the bureaucrat.
Basically, what needs to happen, what they're trying to do, is go to court, have your name legally changed again, and then you'll have a document we can recognize, and then we could just sweep this whole bullshit thing, all this bullshit under the rug. Because, really, I think the key phrase is when you said they're not going to want to make a federal case out of this. Because if they make a federal case out of this, that's going to get overturned because it's obviously wrong. I think our Supreme Court is sort of precedent of overturning bullshit like this. That
But what would be interesting, you would get that bureaucrat in trouble that pushed this. Maybe Now I don't know who the governor is. But it would get involved in the politics.
Basically, it'll be found that whatever is the constitutional amendment that states that we refuse to recognize other states' same-sex marriage licenses will be deemed unconstitutional on the federal level by the Supreme Court, and that would that needs to happen at some point. At some point, the federal government needs to step in and say, "Hey, you jackasses in the bigoted states, you're going to have to just suck it up and treat legal documents like legal documents." It's sad that our federal government's going to have to step in and say that.
It's not just a given that that'll work.
Well, if the federal government says that legal documents are legal documents and you have to recognize the same-sex marriage license,
that's assuming that you get a court date with the Supreme Court.
Right. Yeah. It has to get to the Supreme Court, and it has to go through a lot of hurdles to get to that level.
There's a lot to do in there for
sure. No, certainly, no doubt about certainly it. It's gonna. We're talking, maybe some years of process before something like that gets to the Supreme Court, if it does. But that's what, and it's, I think everyone that looks at this knows that, hey, the Supreme Court needs to rule in on this, and the Supreme Court is likely to rule in on it that way. But it's like, can't we just make that happen quicker? I mean,
well, but even still, Hobby Lobby just won their case, which is ridiculous, but so be it.
Which is ridiculous. That I don't understand.
A company can now have a religion.
The thing
Jesus saves not only people but corporations too.
You would think real Republicans would be against that ruling. Anyone who's for that ruling, I don't think they're a real Republican, because
well, in fact, or real conservative.
Let's have religion trump the government. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Well, see, because of course this is the government that they oppose, so that's why they're opposed it.
Well, yeah.
In fact, one of the guys I follow on YouTube, basically said, "Oh, Hobby Lobby won their case. Oh, isn't this wonderful?" And interestingly enough, I responded to it and I said, "Well, and I was actually sort of taking sort of a middle ground, kind of going easy with the guy. And I says, well, this may look like a big win on the surface, although to him it was, oh, hot dog, Obama lost again, right?"
The thing is, if you're celebrating this because you think that I mean, the thing is that this ruling is much bigger than whether or not a company should pay for your birth control. This is not.
Oh, after the details.
It's
where
not
these
about
guys got
birth
bit
control.
in the butt, and they're going, what? I forget. Somebody like the Scientologists have cashed in already, and it's just pissing them off.
Right.
Well, you guys didn't think through this whole idea. This idea was not a good idea.
No.
Because, in fact, for the individual, it sucks, because this says now your company can make your healthcare decisions for you.
Yeah, and that's.
You don't think that's a bad thing?
I understand. I don't agree with, but I understand people not liking Obamacare. I understand people not liking the idea of requiring companies to pay for your birth control. And if you're against it, that's fine. But don't fight it the wrong way. I mean, do you really believe that religion should trump federal government? Do you really think? I mean, it's like let's any method possible, any tactic possible.
But also that the corporation chooses a religion.
Yeah, that too.
You see, I think there should be a separation of church and corporation, as well as corporation, as church and state.
Well,
because let's face it, when you look at the big government picture, you're not talking about just big government. You're talking about big corporation as well, because there is such an entwining of the corporation and and government nowadays. That's where your freedoms are getting taken away. When I see somebody that's on the left that's going against the corporation, oh, okay, but that's only half the picture.
Right.
When I see somebody on the right that's going against, big government, like, dude, that's only half the picture.
Yeah.
So, let's, put a lid on the big corporation. I mean, it's absurd that, the big farm subsidies are going to these large mega corporations.
Exactly. Yeah. Oh.
That are giving us crap.
Yeah, farming is.
And you don't even have to be against GMOs to say, yeah, that's right, crap. Well, why are they getting the subsidies when, oh, look at organic farmers? How much subsidy do they get? They get nothing.
It's like, what was that movie that was all about how corn, the role that corn is playing in our food supply?
Oh, good, planes flying over again.
Yay! Coming in for a landing. Coming right for us. No, that was that movie. The premise of the movie was these guys that were making the movie went and rented a plot of land to grow corn and kind of go through the process. And the first thing you got to do is you got to apply for the subsidies, or you can't even make a profit. But it was more about it was more about the health aspects of it. But hey, we got Dune on the line. Hello, Dune.
Okay. You know, I can listen to so much.
Oh no, what did we say?
And after a
hoping.
while, when the ignorance starts to be too much.
What ignorance?
Hi, Dune. How are you?
All right, Dune,
Okay. Let's start with Brian. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
The Hobby Lobby thing. What did Hobby Lobby not want to pay for?
Well, they don't want to pay for contraception.
Okay, Johnny, what did Hobby Lobby not want to pay for?
Contraception.
You are both idiots.
Okay,
Absolute idiots. Hang on, there are 16 Obamacare approved things. Hobby Lobby covers 12 of them. The only thing they do not cover, and it's not contraception, they do not cover the abortion bill. That's it. That is it.
So the media is lying to us.
Look it up.
Okay. But how does that change this?
No, because you guys are saying they don't pay for contraception. They won't pay for it. It's two different freaking things.
I never said that. I said the ruling in general.
No.
The
You said
ruling.
Contraception. That is the only thing.
Well, but that's just the
wait.
talking
Well, hold on. Let me.
That's just talking.
Let me.
No, it's not a talking point. It's called a fact that you guys are completely skewing the wrong.
Let me concede. Let me concede.
Let's step aside
my voice in here and concede. Thank you, Dune, for straightening out that fact.
Hey, Gators, hang on a second.
On
the one level, you're right, Dune. You're absolutely right. Okay?
On every level, they're privately owned.
But it goes in the ruling itself. It goes way beyond just contraception.
It doesn't.
It does.
Where do you think the ruling came from? Where do you think that law came from, by the way?
Well, the ruling came from the Supreme Court.
Okay, and what was it based on?
It was based on the Hobby Lobby saying. It
was based on
Hobby Lobby.
The Religious Freedom Act.
We're not going to pay for these things.
It was based off of the Religious Freedom Act, signed into law by who?
Yeah.
Clinton.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but when my okay, I'm going to turn that channel down. All right, my issue here though is that the ruling. Okay, so I'm sorry for saying contraception when it was the abortion pill.
Well, the whole thing is that's the whole. But you don't understand. You're making it sound like, oh, I just made a one-word error. No, you didn't. The whole thing is it's completely blown out of proportion. Everybody thinks it's this whole thing, no contraception. It's like they pay for 12 out of the 16. The only thing they don't pay for
but hang on. My point has nothing to do with the contraception. My point is that the Supreme Court said that a corporation can have a fucking religion.
You keep saying corporation.
That's
it's
my
a
point.
family-owned company. You're missing the point. Family-owned company.
It is a corporation.
It is a family.
The corporation tells you.
It is not a publicly traded company. I'm telling you, the whole thing
it's still
I have questions.
Still a corporate
I have questions. Let me talk to Dune.
The law that Bill Clinton signed is what made this whole thing happen. He is the one that put this down the road.
So the Supreme Court just ruled wrongly on it.
No, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the law. Gee, what a concept.
Okay, hold on a second. Can I talk to Dune, Brian?
Okay.
I want to understand. Dune, friendly chat between us. That is what I am coming to the table here with. Because I come here acknowledging that I misspoke. It was not about contraception, just about the abortion pill. I am open to asking questions to try to better understand this situation and the other sides of it. Now, my understanding is that the implications of this ruling would suggest that religion trumps federal law. Is that a flawed statement?
Well, the whole thing is, what it trumps is that the federal law was an illegal law in the first place. That's what it trumps. That's the whole thing. The law itself was written not in accordance to the law. The whole bill was not, the whole Obamacare bill was not written in accordance to the law.
Why was it not within the law?
Jesus Christ, look at it. I mean, it's no different than what's happening now. The big thing now is all the people getting subsidies. Have you been following any of that at all? The latest court hearing on this thing?
Here's the thing. I don't follow politics nearly as close as you do. So let's pretend you're talking to a child.
Okay, right now the way the law is written, the subsidies that are just like anything else, if with the part they pay for the Obamacare to make up for whatever you don't pay.
Uh-huh.
If you live in a state that does not have a state exchange, by law, by the written law, that subsidy cannot be paid by the federal government. It can only be paid by the local state.
Okay.
And that right there is a huge thing right now. So right now the whole thing it's against what it was actually written as. I'm just saying that whole Obamacare law is a complete piece of shit.
All right. Our government wrote a law badly. But
absolutely. I mean, look. I'll give you one thing to tell you. Look what's happening. Look what's happening right now with the VA. You keep saying Obamacare didn't go far enough.
Yeah, I do
the
say
shit
that.
that's going on. Okay, and the shit going on with the VA, that is socialized medicine. That is the world you want to live in. That is government-run healthcare.
Is that the only way government healthcare could run? You're saying
but
there's
you're
no
missing
way
the,
it
you're
could
missing
run
the
well?
point. You're missing the point, though. That is government-run healthcare. That right there shows you what you're.
Yeah, but you can look at Canada and say, well, there's government healthcare, and it's working there.
You need to talk to some people in Canada first.
Well,
I've talked to a lot of people in Canada that say that it's working.
We've heard good things. I've heard good things and bad things about healthcare in Canada. Now, I can tell you good things and bad things about healthcare in this country too.
Well, I can tell you the best thing.
And the biggest thing, of course, that Obamacare really doesn't cover is the whole affordability deal.
No.
You know, a prescription that you write in the U.S. is really expensive. You go across the border to Canada, and it's a fraction of the price. Not just a little bit lower; it's a shitload lower. And in fact, you could go to Mexico, and it's a shitload lower. So we're getting fucked up the ass by the corporation.
You can take that Mexican labeled drug all day. I think I'll stick with something I trust.
Well, but in some cases, it is made by the same company from the same factory.
The point is that it sounds like the prices of drugs are inflated in this country and not in other countries, and that's a problem.
Well, they might be, but it's just like anything else. When hospital stays cost so much, they have to make that money back somewhere. That's exactly what it is. Nothing's going to change. The whole difference now is that there's just going to be less of everything. I think of all the people I know, and I went through this before. All the different people, all friends of mine that have showed me their letters that they had their shit canceled, had to get new insurance. These are people that actually went out and paid their own money to buy something that they wanted, that now they can't. Now they have to buy something else they don't want.
Now,
well, I mean, and I agree with you. I think this is a bad side effect. The corporations decided, well, let's see, these are higher risk policies that we can, because they don't comply with Obamacare, we can cancel. So where you would blame Obamacare, which is true, but nobody tends to blame those corporations.
No, they didn't. They could have updated them. They could have updated them.
They could not. The law says that all of the policies have to have A, B, C, D, E. Period.
Well, couldn't they have updated the policies to have that?
No, they can't. Well, not for the same price.
They chose not to.
Not for the same price. Not when a guy has to pay for shit for pregnancies. That's what I'm saying. It's just ridiculous. The whole thing is the people that got screwed were the ones that were actually paying the bills and making it happen.
Now I want to point out something here, because I want to cover all our sides here. Now, first of all, I agree that it sucks that those plans were canceled. I'm not certainly saying that was a good thing. It was a bad thing. It was bullshit. But one thing that I think was a real bullshit thing that was done was that the companies that sent out a cancellation letter said, well, here's the plan you can get as an alternate, which was way, 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 way more expensive. But when people go and shop for other options, there were other options available in the same price range of what they were originally paying for. it wasn't the huge tragedy that people tried to make it out to be.
It's not. It was. You know, there's nobody that I talked to that even was able to get anything even close to what they wanted. I'll leave you with this. I'll leave you with this.
Well, I want to really talk.
I actually have something here. You know, I like doing the Rush Limbaugh thing. You remember when you and I talked to Gothard?
Yeah.
About his Obamacare. Do you remember what he said he paid a month? Was going to pay?
I don't remember. I honestly don't remember the details of that conversation.
I think it was around $24.
Okay.
Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
Do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
When you get a chance, go on their site for Maine and put your information in and see what it says it would cost you.
You know, I remember.
And I did it, by the way.
Okay.
His $21 plan, I don't know how he's getting it for $21. The cheapest plan I found, $277 for Maine. Got it right here.
Okay, I don't know what plan he got.
Well, I'm just saying, I just went on there. Now that's, and I'm just saying, you know, if maybe there's a subsidy involved, I don't know. But I'm just saying, I just find it strange. I just don't see.
He might have been taken into account a subsidy or something like that. Okay. I honestly don't know. I know.
My whole thing, I know this for a fact. My insurance is skyrocketed, and my insurance sucks now compared to what it was. And I think I don't know anybody who has better insurance now after this whole deal.
Well, people that had no insurance before and have
insurance now.
Well,
that's true, but you know, the thing that I don't like about this whole discussion, I mean, not our discussion here, but the bigger picture is no one seems to have a list of how do we fix this thing.
Well, there was plenty of lists. That's just it. You make it sound like that's the other misconception. Oh, the Republicans. Well, there's no plans at all. There's been several plans. There's several.
Yeah, but
things.
there's only one plan that they keep voting on.
Which is what?
The repeal.
Well, that's just it. The repeal and replace. There are replacement plans. There's plenty of them out there. There's so many things.
They need to talk them up. Talk up the replacement plans then. Where's the talk about the replacement plans?
Number one, this is the biggest thing. Number one thing, tort reform. Get the fucking lawyers out of it. Totally. That's the whole thing. That's the biggest problem right now is malpractice insurance. Sure. Get the lawyers completely out of it.
No doubt about it. That increases the cost tremendously.
Open up insurance across state lines. That's another thing that was stopped several years ago. For what reason? I have no clue.
All right.
That's what drove rates through the frickin' roof the most.
Why?
You can't shop. You can't shop around outside of your own state. And like I said, I'm sure somebody got greased on that one, just like with the lawyers.
All right.
What's kind of also absurd is that, you know, insurance is operated by a state agency, not a federal agency.
And it shouldn't be.
You go to the state insurance regulator. I'm sorry?
I said it should never be on a federal level. The states. I'm
sorry, you just contradicted yourself.
No, it shouldn't be. It should be ran on the state level.
If you cross state lines, it has to be federal.
No, it does not. You're missing the point. You should be able to buy it wherever you want. It doesn't have to be regulated by anybody. It's just like I can buy my auto.
But to be able to cross state lines, you need the federal to have some oversight.
Wait, but if we don't regulate anything, then we just trust the companies to cover everything?
You know what? If it doesn't work, you go to a different company. That's how it works. That's how the free market works.
Yeah, but it's all state by state. It's run by each state agency.
Yes,
so
and you choose. This is what I want. If I want this, I go here. If I want that, I get to choose. I get to make that choice. Wow, what a concept.
Yeah,
I don't want somebody else telling me.
I agree with that whole concept, but how do you make the government help it work?
You'd have them to get the fuck out of the way. That's the whole point.
Brian, we're talking to Mr. No Government.
Get the fuck out of my way. Let me do what I want. That's the whole thing. The way things work.
And let the company do what they want, and that's what they're getting.
It's private enterprise that makes things happen, not the government.
Sure, and it's private enterprise is why ACA isn't working. Because they got everything they wanted.
Doing, if your blood pressure's getting too high, I won't be offended if you drop out.
I'm not going to take any more.
I appreciate you coming.
No, the insurance companies. The insurance,
Brian, let me talk to my friend.
The health insurance companies got everything they wanted.
Okay, Dune, I appreciate you coming to this conversation, and I hope we haven't made you angry. I hope there's no ill will here, because I honestly like discussing these points with you've certainly given me a few things to think about. I was hoping we would talk more about the Hobby Lobby thing, because so you think that was you were in favor of that?
Well, I think it's not what you think it is. That's the whole point. It's being blown up into something that wasn't. That's the whole thing.
Okay, but
it's not. Everybody and yourself. You're blowing it into something it's not. All it's saying is that a privately owned, family-owned company. That's the whole gist of it. Now, if Hobby Lobby ever went publicly owned, it's done. They're finished.
So this only applies to family-owned companies.
Only applies to family-owned companies. Period. That's what that.
But it's already being taken in other directions, way beyond just Hobby Lobby. That's
really where. Give me an example.
There was an art. I think it might have been Scientology decided to use it for their own good.
What was Scientology a family-owned company?
No, there were an institute that made it.
Now, are you saying that Scientologists that own family-owned companies? Oh, you see, if you're going to talk to Dune, you got to be prepared with your sources. Maybe we can revisit that later.
But just all I'm saying is just watch it. There will be other things that are kind of.
Dune, do you got to take a phone call?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Hey, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you calling in.
All right, take care.
All right, bye. It was our good friend Dune, host of the Dune and Bob Show, Sundays, 6 to 8 Eastern. Okay, so one thing that Dune did open our eyes to is that this was not about contraception, it was about the abortion pill, and that it only applies to family-owned companies. I still don't agree with the ruling. I would have liked to have asked Dune some more questions about it, but I do appreciate him clarifying some things for us here. I apologize to the people in Team Talk for lowering the volume, but it was just too many people and too many voices. I had to eliminate some.
Yeah, and I had a question.
Okay.
What? I'm sorry, I was muted. What's going on?
Wait, what was your question?
No, never mind.
I'm sorry, Dio. I just Brian and Dune took off full speed ahead.
It's fine, whatever.
Okay.
I muted and went and did some other things.
All right, I think that closes. Brian, unless you have any final thoughts, I think that closes the political portion of the show. Brian? Brian?
Uh-oh. Is he there?
I don't know. Oh.
Oh.
All right.
So,
I hope Dune's not mad at me. I suspect that Dune wasn't really getting a phone call. I have my
hugs to Dune no matter what.
I have my suspicions that Dune's blood pressure was rising, and that's I made the comment to Dune. If your blood pressure's rising, out of concern to Dune, because I know how worked up Dune gets on these topics, and it's not my goal, to work up anyone, or especially friends of mine. I speak my mind. I say things that are pretty blunt, and they might be ignorant at times. I might not completely understand everything, but all right, we got Brian back on the line.
All I know is,
Dang.
Yeah.
Let's see. I went to the restroom. Ate dinner. Almost took a little nap.
Okay.
Had snack, which was Pig Newtons and granola bars.
Okay.
And unmuted.
All right.
I got a lot done while you guys were going off.
Yeah. Brian, I'm going to propose that we're done with political talk for the show, unless you have some final thoughts before we close this portion.
I'm sorry, what? Say again?
You have any final thoughts before we close all political talk on the show for the rest of the today?
No, I'm good.
Okay, well, I have one more thing. I was going to talk about apparently Republicans want to block the resolution congratulating Pope Francis because he's sounding like Obama. But I don't want to kill anyone, so we're going to close that article and back slowly away from it.
Okay.
Let's.
We're walking backwards. We're walking backwards.
We're walking backwards.
There is one good news, Gators. Gators.
Walking backwards into a naked man on a leash.
No, you don't want to do that.
No. Apparently, in West Virginia, naked man on leash could face charges. Apparently, you're not allowed to do that.
Is this a naked man with a leash or on a leash?
Someone was taking her man out for a walk, and apparently you can't do that.
Wait, naked or?
Naked. Well, yeah, the guy was naked on a leash, and the woman was clothed that was walking him. A couple from Washington County could be facing charges after a bizarre incident Tuesday morning. Yep. There they were at a busy four-way intersection on US 40, a national road, at 9:30 a.m. Tuesday. A naked man down on all fours, ankle-bound, hood over his head, being walked on a leash by a woman wearing a purple nightgown. That was the weirdest day ever. Yep, I hope it's the weirdest day ever, said Lieutenant Nelson Croft of the Sheriff's Office in Ohio County, West Virginia. A picture of the couple was snapped on a cell phone by a passing driver. It was, yeah, I think that's all I need to read in this article.
I have a question, Gators.
Yeah?
I have a question.
Okay.
What would people's feeling be if they stuck that up on Instagram? Would that be? I mean, you see more than just a little bit of a butt there.
Well, it depends on. Well, the camera angle I'm seeing is taken from the side that the woman's walking alongside her pet man. So she's standing right in the way of the naughty bits. So I just see, torso and arms and, collar, leash, and woman in nightgown. But I'm thinking certain angles you probably wouldn't want to put on Instagram.
See, there you go. David and Denison right there.
The couple told authorities that it was a consensual sex game.
Oh. Well, can't they, do that in their backyard? I mean, I don't really care.
Well, where's the thrill in that?
You're kind of worried about getting sunburned or...
Yeah, you might want to, if you're going to take your man for a walk, be sure to put some sunscreen on him, especially the naughty bits, because you don't want a sunburn there. You don't want to get a sunburn where the sun don't shine.
There's a reason the sun don't shine there.
Does that make sense? The sun was shining where the sun don't shine. Is what I'm getting at here.
Yes.
Yes.
And watch out for low-lying bushes.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see?
There we go.
Yeah.
I'm kind of bummed that Dune didn't call in with a fake picture and a fake name. That would have.
I think he was he was all geared up.
He could have called in as the Hobby Lobby CEO or something. No.
I would have put a picture of Three's Company on there.
Oh, there you go, Three's Company.
Because they had the Hobby Lobby.
The Hobby Lobby. Wait, what?
Yeah. Don't you remember?
No.
In Three's Company, the restaurant they would go to, I thought it was called the Hobby Lobby.
No, that's the Regal Beagle, is what you're thinking of.
Was it?
Yeah.
Regal Beagle.
The Regal Beagle.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was the Hobby Lobby.
No, it was the Regal Beagle.
Well, what's a Hobby Lobby then? Besides the other crap.
Nothing.
No, there's something.
No, it was the Regal Beagle. Look it up.
I don't want to look it up. It's too much effort.
I'm just quoting people.
Okay.
Where were we? He didn't weigh in.
Oh, you're talking about naked men.
He didn't weigh in on the whole Nebraska thing, though.
Well,
yeah.
Hey, Nebraska.
That might have been one we could have agreed on. I know. All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Moving right along. Let's see. Burglar smoked ashes of Vietnam vet's dead wife.
Yes.
All right, Mars. You sent me this. You sent me this one.
I sent you a couple things.
Neo, I know you like smoking, but really? I
saw someone, dude. These guys, this screw is so screwed up.
That is pretty damn fucked up right there.
Yes.
A Vietnam veteran in Alabama is fighting mad after he claims a burglar broke into his home and smoked his dead wife's ashes perhaps thinking they were drugs. I was furious, Philip McMullen told Fox 10 News in Mobile, Alabama. That's when I almost lost it. That's what made me want to kill again. The burglar broke into McMillan's home while he was away visiting friends, he told the station. He said he returned home to find that someone had broken into his home through a back window, had stolen several items, including a generator, a chainsaw, and a knife. The Air Force veteran said he felt angry and heartbroken when he discovered that the theft had taken the ashes of his wife of 22 years out of a small plastic box on the headboard of his bed and had smoked the ashes with a homemade pipe. This is really a sad story, actually. It's more sad than funny.
I don't know. He smoked his wife after being burglarized. And what would you do? I mean, honestly, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm pissed off," but damn, really?
I was saving that for a special occasion. You know, that was.
Oh my god!
Didn't Keith Richards do that?
I don't know.
Sprinkled some ashes of like his dad into a joint.
It's kind of rude, actually.
That's rude to smoke the ashes of someone that's not related to you. You know, smoke.
Yeah, that's very rude.
Smoke your own relatives' ashes.
Family.
You know, that's for family. Actually, that is quite. I am quite disgusted, and that is sad.
Pretty disturbing, yeah.
You know,
disturbing.
We are.
Sad. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, but I saw this and I'm like.
I do see the humorous side to this, but it is, in all actuality, very sad and disturbing.
Disturbing.
I hope this guy isn't tuning in now.
I just retweeted this picture of this tree.
Uh-huh.
It's a little disturbing.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I just see you retweeting an NPR article about a topic that we will not speak of for the rest of this show.
Right.
So
that's why I just tweeted that and not said anything. But this one,
I'll wait for it to catch up. I'll wait for it to catch up. Okay. Is this the? I gotta click on the link, and wow, that is a person turned into a tree. That is not a tree.
They've had these. I've seen these on Medical Incredibles. They have some calcium deposits, and they end up turning into a tree, a human tree.
No, this is actually a tree that looks like a human.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is photoshopped or. I mean, it is kind of cool.
It's got to be a Photoshop.
Yeah, but it is kind of cool.
It is cool.
I don't know.
I don't know. So, yeah. All right, let's see what else we have to cover this week. What topic can we go to next?
Oh.
Okay. We could talk about technology.
Ooh, technology.
Yeah. Specifically the town of Hoboken. And why is Hoboken throwing away all of its students' laptops?
Why?
And, well, here's the thing. I'm not going to read this article word for word and just give you the gist of it. Basically, what it comes down to is the town of Hoboken had money. I guess they had a surplus. And so they decided, wouldn't it be awesome if we use this money to buy laptops, and then we could, provide our students with student laptops. The problem with that is that it's not just as simple as you spend money on laptops and you're done spending money, because there's maintenance, there's repair, there's locking them down so that students can't use them to go to adult sites. And basically what it turned into is that they couldn't keep up with the maintenance, and they locked down the laptops so much that they were too slow at this point, and students are figuring out how to hack them anyways.
Yeah.
And I read that, and I thought to myself, wow, what a surprise.
You just open it up, you put a new SSD in with your own image. When you're ready to give it back, you yank it out, you put their hard drive back in and go.
There you go. It's just that simple.
That easy.
That simple.
Yep.
So what, okay, totally change the topic. What is this thing called the Guardians of the Galaxy?
It's a movie.
Isn't that a movie?
It's a Marvel Universe movie. Yeah. It's like the A-Team, but in space and away.
All right. Clearly,
they're
Brian didn't want to talk
vigilantes
about the
almost.
computers at all. So we're just.
What about computers? I love computers.
Fuck that topic. All right, Guardians of the Galaxy. Why do you ask about Guardians of the Galaxy?
Well, I just saw this Subway promo ad for it, and I kind of go, what is this movie?
I don't know.
Some
type of superhero movie that's kind of huge. And you know me, I tend not to watch huge movies.
Is that Marvel or I can't?
It's Marvel.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's Marvel.
All right, it's Marvel. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
July 31st in Singapore.
Sorry out.
Subway's going to have a sandwich for it, I guess. Oh, by the way, in Singapore,
it's
McDonald's
of the Subway or something.
McDonald's has been advertising in Singapore for a satay burger.
Okay.
Oh, satay burger. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a chicken satay.
All right.
Might not be bad.
Well, they're going to have chicken and beef. Chicken or beef.
Oh. Okay.
Trying to decide whether I should try it or not, or will it be?
Yes, make sure to get the chicken one if they put peanut sauce on it.
There you go.
Thai burger.
All right. I want to move on to a little bit of a visual element of the show now. So I see there's no one looking at the YouTube stream right now. So if you want to partake in the visual, I will try to describe it. But this is one of those things that I looked at this and this was just too funny. I had to share it with you all, or try to. Take on over to facebook.com/NHB Radio, and you could click on the link to the YouTube stream, which is in the comments of the show announcement. And over on the Team Talk room, I'll post you the link. And I'll tweet the link along. Tweet the link too, so you can. You could watch the link along if you're on the Twitters. So you might want to follow @JohnnyGators. And here we go. Yeah. I don't know. How's your site today, Mars?
Not bad.
All right. Okay.
Resend to a Team Talk server. Somebody joined that would enjoy this picture.
All right. Well, I'm going to start screen sharing, and then I'll let's and I'll post the link again. Oh, hey, you're too late. But
there you go.
Oh, he left. Gothard is actually here because I actually messaged him like, you around?
There you go. Now he's back.
Hey, Gothard, maybe you can clear this up. You around? You there? Your shit working?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, wow. Gothard, you're loud, distorted, and choppy. Yeah, Brian, you're fine. We're talking to Gothard, who's just joining in the room. All right. Well, while Gothard sorts his stuff out, so 34 animated GIFs that sum up your first sexual experience. It was basically a Reddit thread or something where a Reddit user was asked to sum up their first sexual experience with an animated GIF in their collection. So number one, we have the animated GIF that kind of demonstrates difficulty getting a USB connection into a USB port and trying to flip it over to get it in the right way. And this animated GIF just keeps turning over both ways, and both ways this USB.
Fail.
Yeah, it's not working.
I like it how fuzzy the whole thing is.
How fuzzy what is?
The image is very fuzzy.
On what, my stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
On YouTube.
Okay, well, you could just click the link then. But
well, I'm talking about the stream. Is there a way you can fix it? It's so fuzzy. I mean, I can see the GIF animation, and I know what it is, but the rest of the screen is just irrelevant.
I can't. You mean zoom it in? No, look, I'm doing the best.
No,
it's
out of focus.
I don't know why.
You know, like I can't read any of the text on it. It's so out of focus.
That's how YouTube's that's the quality of YouTube screen share. I'm guessing that it's just not that good quality.
Wow.
That's maybe I don't know. I've got killer bandwidth, so I don't know why it would be struggling in that department.
Wow.
All right, so number two.
Okay, thank you, YouTube.
Number two.
Shit.
Number two, we got an animated GIF of this comes from the episode of Friends where they're at the beach, and Joey dug a big hole in the beach, and then the wave comes up and starts filling in the hole with water, and it's got the caption of "Oh no, my hole." So there we go. Number three, we got an animated GIF that consists of the father from Malcolm in the Middle and Stephen Colbert. And it starts with Malcolm in the Middle's dad going, who, me? And then, Steve Colbert doing a little dance with the head bobbing. And, yeah. All right. Number 4 is a guy standing there, kind of moving his hand over and walking. I don't know what to make it for.
What is that?
I don't know. Number 5 is animated gift of a girl leaning up against a door that has one of those spring-loaded doorstop things, and she's kind of, doinking it, with her finger.
Yeah.
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 All right.
That would be a good vine right there. I think you should put a vine up for that.
Okay. Number 6 is this dog that's just kind of humping his bed and then kind of is crawling on the ground while making the humping action. That's great. Number 7, we got a cat laying on a toy train track. The toy train comes up, runs into the cat, and then reverses. Number 8, we got George Costanza talking to Jerry Seinfeld, holding a squeezed ketchup bottle, and suddenly he accidentally squeezes the bottle and ketchup goes flying out.
What episode was that?
And he's kind of startled. I don't know. Number 9, we got a dude in a cowboy hat holding 2 guns, running towards the door to break it down, runs into the door stays up, he falls backwards.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, couldn't get it in. Yeah. Number 10, we got a young lady opening up a bottle of Diet Coke, which then suddenly spurts and sprays everywhere beyond her control. And she's got these great facial expressions of, whoa, 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 as it's just dumping foam everywhere.
Yes.
I think we all know what that means. That means this person was chugging large amounts of Diet Coke for this person's first time. Number 11, we got a cartoon character reaching his hand into a slot in the wall, kind of feeling around in there. Yeah. Number 12, we got a dog floating around in some kind of a space station or space castle or something with the caption of, "I have no idea what I'm doing." Number 13, we got a nice animated GIF from the scene in of the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, where they're riding in that vehicle that runs on soda, and foam is just spraying out everywhere, getting all over them. Quite messy.
That's a good one.
This is quite messy.
Yes.
Very
messy.
I think this person is suggesting that they did it the first time in a car. I think that's what we're getting at here. Number 14, we have a little girl that's sitting there in front of a bunch of row of dominoes that are all set up to be toppled over. And she hits the first one, and it falls down sideways and doesn't hit the next one, so the rest of them all stay up.
Oh, that's a little depressing.
Yeah, tried to start it out, and nope, couldn't get it started. Number 15, we got Will Ferrell as a race car driver, kind of moving his hands around with the caption, "I'm not sure."
That's from Talladega Nights, isn't it?
Yeah, Talladega Nights. "I'm not sure what to do with my hands," is the caption on that one.
Yeah.
I think some of us can relate to that. Number 16, we got dogs coming running from the distance. One dog comes in, cuts off the other dog, bam, right into the door, and then the other dog walks into the door. Number 17, we got some type of an animal drinking from the water. Lots of tongue action here because the water dish is up high, so this thing's turning its head sideways and lapping. Number 18, we got a dog, tongue hung out on this person's nose. The dog is just still, stationary, tongue on the nose, and the woman's kind of got this look like, what do I do now? Yeah, you're not supposed to keep your tongue still. You want to be moving that around some. Number 19, we got a vehicle that has a ketchup bottle strapped onto it with squeeze arms, and drives around, squeezes the ketchup out, making a huge mess. Squeeze the ketchup. Ketchup's kind of trailing off of the plate. Turns around to the burger. Sprays ketchup all over the table. Quite messy. That's bad.
That's very messy.
If you're squirting red, that's generally not good.
You need a ShamWow for that.
Number 20, we got a sheep that's backing up to make a charging run towards a cow, Off it goes. At the last minute, slows right down and just gently nudges the cow. 21, we got a walrus making a very interesting facial expression. If your face looks like that, that's not good. Number 22, we got some type of blue object that is kind of melting. It's gone from being pointed up to kind of drooping down.
Yes.
I think all right. Number 23, we got a cat and some sort of a black cylindrical object that the cat is licking and pawing at. If you're going to do that, you want to make sure your claws are retracted because you want to be gentle with that when partaking in those kinds of activities. 24, we got a hobbit pulling out a broken vegetable from underneath him. He's apparently fallen on. 25, we have a chemical reaction that results in a large amount of white foam spurting up from this vial. Just dump in the liquid and poof, white foam everywhere. Yeah, that's quite accurate actually. 26, we got a guy eating a quarter of a watermelon in record time. I think the noise that would go with this would be something around the effect of, kind of like that.
Wow.
Lots of face action getting right in there to lap up all that watermelon, leaving nothing but rind
Boy, there's
behind.
no seeds.
He ate the seeds.
Oh.
27.
Hey, Gothard.
Hey, Gothard, how's it going? All right, we heard a word or two. All right, 27. Yeah. We have this slow motion animation of this cartoon character.
Not good.
Oh.
With the microphone thing.
Oh, that's
the computer loaded and everyone sounded like Daleks.
Yeah, so did you.
Nice.
Yes, that's how everyone sounded to me. I was like, "What the fuck is with this?"
It sounds like
Does it sound better now?
So I had to reboot the whole computer.
Yeah.
It's like the sound card did not want to sync right. It's like, fuck you, asshole.
Oh, hey, you made it this week. You haven't been here in a while.
Well, you was here last week.
He was?
Last week.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You were here last week.
Oh.
Cool. That's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. There was a lot of weeks we're in it. Backtrack just a little bit, just for a second. Just to clear up a question that came up earlier. How much does healthcare cost you?
Why?
Dune was curious.
$40.
$40. Okay, because he said he couldn't find a main package for less than, what was that, 200 and something? Is there
something like that.
Is there some subsidy involved with that gets you into the $40 range?
Yes, because I'm poor.
Okay. All right. All right. So you see, they have programs to subsidize, and so he gets it for $40. And you have a better plan now than you had before, right?
Well, to put it this way, any plan is better than no plan.
Right.
You know what my plan was before?
Crossing your fingers, hope for the best.
No. Is to walk around with, dynamite strapped to myself and force people to live and have it connected to my heartbeat, so if they make my heart stop, the place explodes.
Ah, that's a solid plan.
It would be that's a challenge for the anesthesiologist, but I'm sure they can handle it.
All right. Well, I don't want to make a thing of this. I just wanted to fill in the information that was asked earlier because.
But now, thanks to the new system, I don't have to do that.
Right. Certainly, we're not saying that the new system is the greatest thing ever, or that it's even that good of a system. I certainly think there are lots of rooms for improvement. But I don't want to get onto that topic.
Get rid of the, yeah.
Get rid of the what?
Get rid of the insurance companies that have.
Okay. I like the idea that was suggested of allowing people to buy insurance across state lines. I take good idea in my book. So we're back to these pictures. 27's got someone freaking out when they get a drop of water on their face that came from somewhere. 28 has Marty McFly wailing on the guitar. 29, we got a SUV crashing into a above-ground swimming pool, water splashing everywhere. 30, we got these two like toys that have tongues that kind of stick out in and out at each other. 31, we got a goat flapping its tongue at us. 32, we got a zebra, a giraffe mounting another giraffe and then falling backwards. Generally, you don't want that to happen. 33, we got a woman that's kind of making motions with her hand that has the captions, lick the ball, stroke the shaft, contemplate existence, and another girl going, yeah, womrog. And then number 34, got an animated gift of a dog humping another dog, and that dog that's humping the other dog pukes. And the dog in front just kind of runs off. So there you go. 34 animated GIFs posted by people who were asked to post the animated GIF to sum up your first sexual experience. I thought that was a pretty funny article myself. So, Gothard, what's new with you?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Nothing much.
There you go.
There you go. Well, hey, we're getting closer and closer to, I'll be in Maine in a few weeks.
Run away! Run away!
Hey, don't worry. You only have to clean it up to my standards, and you've seen how I live. So, there you go.
I won't touch it, and then I'll ask you, should I have cleaned it?
Oh, well, I remember what it looked like last time I came there. That's right. You were here last week. We had this conversation last week. We don't need to repeat it all then.
Gators, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to buy some speaker stands for my speakers.
Okay.
Does it matter what kind I get? Do all speakers fit on the same type of stand?
That depends on the size of the stand and the size of the speaker.
Oh. Because I have those Onkios. I want to get some speaker stands instead of putting them on the other speakers.
That's a solid plan, but you might want to, just check out the design of the stand and the dimensions and make sure it's big enough to accommodate the size of the speakers you have. But otherwise, we're talking about basically something that sits on the floor and has a surface on it.
So are we going into the audio gear minute here?
Okay.
No, I just saw.
We
I was
could do
talking
that.
to someone on Twitter about it. I was just I don't think that's completely wise because of course none of us have anything to say about audio. But I was just wondering, does it matter? Because all I do is want a base. I can put a stand on that's probably about maybe 2 feet off the ground, 2-3 feet off the ground or something.
Shouldn't be a big deal as long as it meets the weight requirements and is of the right size. What, Brian?
You just do what Gators did and buy a bunch of end tables for your side tables for like a bed.
IKEA, yeah, and they got drawers in them. Yeah, I got 4 of them, 1 in each corner, and they're great.
You can keep your dildo and your lube in one, and like your pocket pussy in another.
Well, I've got
your toothpaste.
Well, I've got videotapes and cassette tapes in one, video games in the other, and the other 2 I said, okay, Kristen, you can stuff all your stuff into these drawers, and I don't go into those. So yeah.
That's nice of you.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
I was going to buy them off of Google Shopper Express in like 10 minutes.
All right. No,
what? Them delivered to me tomorrow.
Brian, did you have something you wanted to talk about audio stuff?
I discovered this shopping mall.
Uh-oh.
You would have an instant orgasm because it's all high-end audio gear.
Yeah,
a store that's a Macintosh store.
Ooh.
A Denon store, an Onkyo store. I mean, you would just go absolutely bonkers nuts.
I think when you said Macintosh
They
store,
would have to cart you away.
When you said Macintosh store, I got a little hard there for a moment.
Yeah, he's gonna have to clean the egg cream off his pants now.
Got a chub in his pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do any shopping at these stores?
Oh no, I was just kind of goggling through it. That's all.
Okay, because you could afford to shop at those stores, and did you bring your stereo system with you to Singapore?
My main one, no, I did not.
No. Oh, well, then you could buy yourself a nice Macintosh system, and then when you get back home, you'll have a spare system, and you could just give that spare Macintosh system to me when you're done with it.
Right. Of course, it is.
I see.
It is the odd voltage that the rest of the world uses, of course.
I can deal with that. I can.
All right.
Hey, I will take any free Macintosh system I can get. Just make sure it does at least 5.1.
How about a 2C or a 2E?
Not that
They
kind.
make converters.
Not that kind of Macintosh. Exactly my point. They do make converters.
Right.
And they're cheaper than a new Macintosh.
Yes. Even though I have a relative that works for Macintosh and can get me stuff at cost, it would still be cheaper to get a gifted international model and buy an adapter for it.
Right.
Brian,
I mean, isn't it odd that only the pretty much U.S. and Canada uses the odd voltage? Because we're such fucking wimps.
What we use?
110, and the rest of the world uses 220 because they're a lot smarter.
Because you got to watch out for the power of 220.
Whatever, yeah.
I'm quoting song lyrics.
It arcs easier, but the thing is you can run a 18-gauge wire and carry all the power you need over it, so you don't need as thick a wire with a 220 system.
Oh, watch out for the power of 220!
So Brian, what Gators is trying to say is he wants you to get a Macintosh catalog and send it to him.
No, I already have the literature. Actually, I got a nice. I have a big hardcover edition book about the history of Macintosh that my aunt gave me.
Yes, but do you have the recent volume of it?
Well, she just gave it to me for Thanksgiving a few years ago. It's fairly recent.
Well, and all that kind of stuff is available online anyway. So it's kind of pointless.
But no, I don't need literature. I need a system, a Macintosh system. Just
he wants the whole thing.
Yeah.
What?
Thanks for the fucking catalog. Right?
Buy me a system.
I thought you had fancy speakers.
You know, Brian, I would not be offended if you bought me nicer Christmas gifts that I could afford to buy you. I not at all.
Yeah, Brian gives you a Macintosh and you give him a Woot shirt.
Just buy him the preamp. He'll be happy with that.
I'll get you a Woot. I'll totally buy you a Woot shirt in exchange for a Macintosh preamp.
I think you should buy him a bag of crap.
No, I'll settle. If I could get a bag of crap, I'd buy him a bag of crap. But I'll buy him the Woot shirt. And I know you like the T-shirts, Brian. So there you go.
Oh, Brian, this sounds like a perfect trade right here.
Yeah. You know?
Yeah, I'm feeling it too.
You feeling it? You feeling the love here, Brian?
You like that subtle sarcasm there?
Oh, denied. Well, you can't blame me for trying, you know.
Yeah, right.
You know, I figured you like spending Nick's money so much, maybe I could try taking on that hobby and spend your money.
Right.
You know, because anytime Nick asks for advice on something and you offer it, you end up being accused of trying to spend his money.
Right. That was hilarious.
I figure I'd take it to a literal level.
You could get this, you could do this. Oh well, whatever.
Oh yeah, since you like spending my money, okay, and then he does it, and then you spent my money. Shut up, Nick. Shut up and watch your new TV.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, quit whining and turn on the TV.
Yeah.
But don't turn on anything disgusting. Oh, he does.
Yeah, I tell you, I gotta make my move and get out of here soon because Nick's talking about it being close to being time to start looking at new computers. And he doesn't have you to call over to his place anymore.
Uh-oh.
It's time for him to get a new computer. His computer's only a couple years old.
It's probably about 5 years old now. It's amazing how fast the time flies. Well, I was talking to.
But the big question is, do you get another, Windows machine, or is it time to?
Just give him a Dell and let it say, here, talk to Dell if you need.
Or is it time to go get an Apple product?
I could never, in good conscience, recommend an Apple product to anyone.
My brother does small business consulting, and lately he's actually been suggesting Macs to people. It depends, depending on what they need.
I see.
If I'm going to surf on the web, he says, just get a Mac. And in fact, he had one machine where actually he, shall we say, spent some consulting hours. In other words, he did the work for the guy on the job. So he actually did get some Macintosh work.
Oh, interesting.
Not that he was in the goal, but the guy says, oh, can you do this for me? He says, oh, okay, sure, I'll do that. And he just was astounded how simple it was.
That's cool.
You know what I mean? Like setting up a driver for, just say, an HP printer can be such a bear on a Windows machine, right? You know this.
It's not hard to
you've got lots of experience on it, but it can be.
Well, sometimes you got to find the right. It's all about finding the right driver.
You see unified drivers, they work for
but it's a
everything.
hassle. It's a hassle. And he said, he did his first printer install on a Mac, and it was like, oh, you just plug it in.
Well, here's the thing. It used to be you just plug it in, but somehow Windows 7 fucked that up, and that's the one criticism I have of Windows 7.
Right.
Is that
things
they
are
fucked
starting
up
to get
driver
easier, and now it's like, you're joking.
Gators.
I have to do.
Windows 8. Oh my God! I connected to my network at work, and all of a sudden it said, I found 12 printers. Which one of these would you like to install? I clicked my printer, and it did it, and I didn't have to do a single thing.
So they actually
did it right over the network.
All right,
that's all I had to do.
So Windows 8 has one thing that works. That's awesome.
Yes, it worked so flawlessly. I was like, holy crap!
Windows 7 does everything good, but printers. Windows 8 only does printers. That's wonderful.
No, I love Windows 8.
Could we
great.
combine them?
I think it's perfect.
Could we combine them? Could we maybe just put a printer patch on Windows 7? I'd be so happy if they could do that.
Well, I think they're stopped supporting Windows 7, honestly.
Did you see the? I think it was CNET that suggested that Microsoft is considering a free upgrade.
Oh, for Windows 9.
To Windows 9, yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah, that's what I've seen.
Is that awesome?
CNET's not the only one that suggested that. There's a lot of sites that are saying, but they also said it would devastate Microsoft to give away a free upgrade to a version.
You know what? Microsoft should have given a free upgrade to 7 from Vista after what they unleashed.
They really should have. But I ran Vista Basic, which was basically Windows XP with Vista. So it was basically Windows XP, but way better, and not the crap that Vista gave you. Basic was the best version of it.
Okay.
And excuse me for the jets over my head. I don't know what's going on.
No, that's fine. Oh, and Gothard, I'm gonna have to.
Maybe I'm being attacked or something. I don't.
Gothard, I need to figure out what formats you're capable of dealing with, because I got to bring some stuff on my hard drive with me when I come visit. I just picked up the Blu-ray of the 5.1 of Quadrophenia. What do you got? You got the ability to play DVD-A, so I could make a DVD-A of it. Or do you have the ability to play back Blu-ray?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a Blu-ray player.
Although I think this is probably, I don't have dual-layer Blu-ray burning, and that's still expensive. I probably would, but you can't do multi-channel FLAC, right?
No, I don't have that yet.
Do you have anything with an HDMI input?
Nope.
Oh, there's your problem.
Just a television.
Okay, so I can't even play multi-channel FLAC back off my laptop on your system, because I do have a HDMI on my laptop. But all right, so I'll have to anything.
I've been meaning to get a new preamp situation going, or a surround sound system going.
Well, hey, Brian, if you find a buy one get one free type of deal over there in the Macintosh store,
Oh, Singapore doesn't do any Apple deals at all. Holy crap.
No, Macintosh stereo equipment I'm talking about.
I'm sorry.
We're back to you buying us Macintosh stereos. Is what
You're still dreaming then.
Hey, Brian, I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty easy.
Bars is good. He's all set. Although, how big is that TV that you wanted?
There is the 120-inch one that I like. That's a curved screen.
120-inch curved screen TV.
But it takes 220. I think it takes a 220.
Yeah, Brian, I do got to warn you. We do all co-hosts are obligated to exchange Christmas gifts around Christmas time. So. And
where's the disconnect button?
Let me tell you, you're going to get the most Woot shirts that you ever gotten in one day.
Oh boy!
Yeah, we like stereo equipment and TVs.
Hey, I can say I have a Jeremy Giambi.
Just as a note of warning, my wife does edit my shirts.
Edits your shirts?
Yes. If she doesn't like it, it doesn't hang around.
It just has this big hole in the chest.
She does the review. She does the ultimate review.
So she throws out.
She gets
shirts?
her black Sharpie out.
Yeah, absolutely.
They disappear in the laundry.
Yeah, they cease to exist.
They get worn once.
If even that.
Okay.
Because I like to wash a shirt before I wear it.
Well, there's
there's your problem. You need to wear it before you wash it.
Yeah. No. Now, do you recall what some of these shirts are that have disappeared on you?
I'm only speculating because I also think I get that flashy thing in my head too, and so the memory is gone as well.
Okay, but you don't remember any of the shirts that have disappeared?
No.
Okay, so
his wife has also.
So she not only
part of that in his brain.
But you just remember enough to know that you've had shirts disappeared, but the actual shirts themselves.
It's only kind of like I have a feeling that something disappeared.
You have an angel on the top of your Christmas tree, don't you?
Of course.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What?
Well, this all goes back to a theory I have that you could easily determine who wears the pants in a marriage by what's on the top of the Christmas tree. And I recently shared this theory with Nick at lunch because we were talking about what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about you. That's right. And so at some point in the conversation, I said, yeah, they got the angel on the top of their tree. And Nick didn't understand the reference. And so I had to explain the whole theory that if you ever want to know who wears the pants in the marriage, just look at the top of the Christmas tree. If it's a star, the guy wears the pants. And if it's an angel, the woman wears the pants. And Nick made the comment, well, I've got one of those, pointy things on the top of my tree. And I said, oh, yeah, the third category. That means you're old. And he kind of scoffed.
Nice. So
oh, yeah, that's good.
He was like, oh, I didn't know that already. Which was great because it's been a long time since when I started working for the company, I discovered that Nick was sensitive to comments about his age, and this some people would take that as a sign to back off or avoid a topic, but I am not like most people. And so for like the...
What?
And Brian could attest to this. I picked on Nick about him being old quite a bit, which was hilarious because I was being half sarcastic about it because we all knew that Brian was the oldest one of us in the group. But...
Right.
Which... Brian was egging me on, actually, because Brian was telling me that he was finding this hilarious because he's older than Nick. So, which just encouraged me to... But at some point I realized, well, Nick is actually beginning to really not like me. Maybe I'd better lay off the age comments. And
have to back off just for,
Yeah, I had to back off at some point.
I make fun of Benson's age all the time, but he never says anything about it.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, each person has their own,
right.
Feel for it.
He really didn't.
Some people are really, actually, they're in total denial.
Nick really, well, he's not in denial. He knows his age, but he really doesn't like hearing about it.
But he doesn't want it to be brought up.
I mean, he knows how many doctors he sees. I mean, when you have multiple doctors that have multiple syllables in their titles, yeah, you're old. I don't know.
You see.
I don't know. Anyways, where was I? We were on a roll. Oh, that's right. We were talking about. We need to put together more of this wish list for the Christmas gifts from.
I don't need a TV. I'm fine. I just bought one. I think you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing.
I just send a fruitcake to Gators. That'll.
Fruitcake.
Yeah, send them a Singaporean fruitcake.
The fruitcake, right?
The fruitcake.
Yeah, the fruitcake.
There's only one fruitcake that everyone keeps gifting
right?
to everyone.
Except for the one I ate from my family.
And the one that I...
You ate one?
Yeah, because I didn't realize this thing had been passed around for like 10, 15 years.
You know what?
And so I ate it.
I'll confess, I ate one too. And let me tell you something. If you think eating it's disgusting, try puking one up with eggnog.
No, I didn't puke it up. I ate it and I didn't know. No, I ate it and didn't know. And the next year they go, oh, yeah, don't forget to send that fruitcake to someone. I'm like, what fruitcake? When we sent me last year, I go, I ate that. They're like,
oh, my
God.
God.
I was 15 years old. And I'm like, oh.
You weren't in on the family joke.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, man. No, well, that was, remember back when the show was called The Amateur Hour and I was in Maine, I would, if I ever, went to visit my family, I would throw all my computer equipment into the car and drive it down to Jersey with me and do a show live with my brother and sisters and their friends in our basement. And we used to do, and we did this game a few times called the Wheel of Consequence, which was basically they built a wheel that had different consequences on it that involved things like chugging a beer or doing shots or stuffing Twinkies in your pants or wearing a beard of peanut butter and crackers. They made this thing up. I didn't even ask them to. I just showed up and they're like, yeah, we got this game we're going to play on the show. I was like, okay, how's the game work? Well, we got a wheel. I'm like, okay, so when do you spin the wheel? And so basically I grabbed a box of quiz cards out of a board game that was in the basement and made it up as we went along.
Oh, no.
And so they decided, let's make it a holiday edition. So for the holiday edition, instead of having a spot in the wheel that was stuffed Twinkies in your pants, it was stuffed fruitcake in your pants. And so they bought a fruitcake. And also, since it was a holiday edition of the show, we made up a nice big old punch bowl filled with homemade eggnog. And I found this recipe online, and the recipe basically called for a whole lot of whiskey. Lots and lots of whiskey, some rum, and I think there was some egg and some nog in there too. But I know the first glass of it was very strong, and it was like, whoa, that's some strong stuff. And the second glass went down easier, and the third glass went down even easier. And gosh darn it, by the time we were reaching near the bottom of that punch bowl, that was some damn good eggnog that we were drinking. And that's a great idea, to fill up on loads and loads and loads of whiskey and heavy cream and milk and raw eggs. Yeah, that is what you want to put in your stomach. And then you get just drunk enough that that fruitcake that didn't get shoved down anyone's pants, since no one landed on that spot on the wheel, is looking mighty tasty. And it's been a mighty long time since I had dinner. And so you end up stuffing your mouth with fruitcake to throw into the whiskey, rum, raw egg, heavy cream mixture that's in your stomach. And so, yeah, let me tell you, it is not easy to sleep on a full stomach of all that stuff. And so you spend...
Was cat chow involved in this one?
No, there was no cat food involved. And so at some point, tossing, turning, tossing all night, not able to get to sleep because I felt like I was going to die, I decided, okay, the contents want to come back up. It's time. And so I then kept my family up all night, bringing it all back up. And let me tell you, it looks kind of like throwing a bunch of fruit cake and a bunch of eggnog into a blender and hitting the blend button and dumping it into the toilet.
Was it in puree form?
It was. Oh yeah, it was puree.
Or frappe?
Frappe is what you want to use on your blood. I always hit frappe because that sounds fancy, you know. And yeah, let me tell you though, there's no greater feeling than after you've puked up a bunch of fruitcake and eggnog because you got that shit out of your stomach. Slept like a baby after that. Felt great the next morning. So
everybody else is all hungover.
The moral of the story is, go light on the eggnog, and for God's sakes, don't ever eat the fruitcake.
Oh.
And no cat food.
So Gators, you actually didn't. I mean, Mars, you didn't actually learn that when you ate.
No, I ate fruitcake and had no problem with it.
Well, Mars doesn't partake.
It was 15 years old apparently. It was fine.
Mars doesn't partake in the alcoholic beverages, so.
No.
So he.
Well, I don't think they've determined the shelf life of fruitcake yet.
Well, we know it's at least 15 years now.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, in general, they probably haven't figured out what that is.
Yeah.
Now, of course, as you know, the shelf life of a Twinkie is imagined to be, forever.
Right.
But the reality is that it's not. The shelf life of a Twinkie is not that good.
Really? Because there's this guy, what's that guy that was on Wait, Don't Tell Me, that swears he's got a several years old Twinkie in its packaging that every now and then he gives it a little squeeze and it still returns to its correct shape. He's one of these nutritionist guys that talks about the difference between...
He's a Twinkie squeezer?
So maybe, they publish a shelf life, expiration date on it, right?
Right. They publish
So
it.
maybe that's a phony number because it's actually a bad rap that they would be,
It's what they guarantee it for. I'm thinking if you open up a 10-year-old Twinkie, it might still have some squishiness to it, but it's probably not going to be as flavorful as a brand new Twinkie.
Well, I mean, the problem with the concept that a Twinkie lasts forever is that it does have whipped cream, and whipped cream does not last that long.
Well, the thing is there's a difference between whipped cream and the cream filling that's in a Twinkie.
Not that much. I mean, you can only do so much.
When cream is spelled with a K, that's not the same, It's just
nice.
It came from the Kremlin, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to find. Here we go. Michael Pollan plays "Not My Job." This is what I'm looking for here. This is great because it involves Paula Poundstone offering her 2 cents. So it's.
Paula Poundstone.
Oh yeah, she's great.
Michael Pollan has become a kind of evangelist of the natural whole foods movement. Apparently, many of you have dreamed of telling him off because you wanted to hear Paula Poundstone doing just that.
Pollan joined us in February of 2009 to play Not My Job. The other panelists were Tom Bodett and Lo Rocca.
Pollan began the feud when he tried to describe our dysfunctional relationship with what we eat.
We're very confused about food, I think, which is weird. I mean, what other species needs experts to tell them how to eat?
Yeah.
Well,
but it's been a good career for me.
I can't tell you how many times I've had to tell my dog to get his head out of the garbage can.
So all right. So what should
what was that theory?
Yeah.
Food. But it's very hard actually for us now to know what food is because there are all these edible food-like substances now that compete with food in the supermarket. So a lot of the book is helping people distinguish between the edible food-like substances and the real food.
Like, for example, one of my rules is food does not come with a prize.
That's good. I like that one.
Wait, Cracker Jacks do, though. I don't understand. What?
Okay, but let me ask you something. One of the things that has made my life worth living is ringdings. And I feel that it is food. Are you going to tell me that's not food?
There's a few simple tests to figure out if a ring ding is food or not. How many ingredients does a ring ding have?
A devil's food cake, 1.
Now see right there.
A creamy filling, 2.
And
a rich chocolate outer coating. What's the matter with you?
I think I would look at the package next time. That creamy is not cream. It
C-R-E-M-E-Y, creamy. What the hell's the matter with you?
There we go. What's the matter with you? See, that's where I was getting the whole, like, you know, he's saying it's not really cream. And we lost Brian.
Oh, Brian.
But you gained me.
We gained Ted. We gained a Ted. Yay! So it's win-win is what we're really saying here.
Well.
Yay.
What?
All right, let's see if we can get Brian back on the line here. There we go. No, we don't want to call the group because I don't think Dune wants to rejoin our show.
No.
I think he's had his quota of jackassery.
I think
for,
if you had to do it in an HB bus 3.0, he would punch you.
No, not me. Brian. I think he wanted to, punch Brian.
Well, there's that. Yeah.
By the way, that was not
I'm glad you have that sound effect back.
That was not supposed to play rapid fire like that. It was only going to be one. But my hard drive got stuck apparently. There it is. That's what I was trying to do. All right, we got Brian back.
I don't think Dude had a problem with that.
No, I don't think he did either. But we got Brian back on the line. I think.
He ran away.
But he's not.
So what happened when I got lost?
Well, we were playing more of the clip. Paula explained. Michael Pollan was trying to, use the rule that if it's got too many ingredients, it's not really food. And so Paula came back by saying the ring ding has 3 ingredients: devil's food cake 1, creamy filling 2,
and 3 chocolate outer coating.
The chocolate outer coating. Hey, let's back up and get.
Well, how many ingredients do those things have?
I think I would look at the package next time. That creamy is not cream.
C-R-E-M-E-Y, creamy. What the hell's the matter with you?
But there are special occasion foods. And
what do you mean special occasion? I said it's what makes my life worth living. Are you suggesting I save it for one day a year?
I wouldn't want to deprive you of your.
Well, you know what? You may know a lot about food, but you don't know the first thing about living, buddy.
Hold on. I actually wanted to ask you that. You've become this hero. You've become this hero of the whole foods, local foods, real foods movement. Is that a burden? If you ever want to eat a cheeseburger, do you have to go hide somewhere?
Well, I did shortly after I got to Berkeley. I was in Berkeley Bowl, and there are a lot of
Berkeley Bowl, just for people who aren't blessed enough to live here.
It's a local supermarket which has wonderful fresh produce, grass-fed beef. It's your idea of hell, I think.
Oh my gosh! Is it a co-op?
It's not a co-op. No. And my son, when he was young, really liked Fruity Pebbles.
I'll bet he did.
I love
and that was his Saturday, breakfast. And I was actually reaching for a box of Fruity Pebbles, and somebody tapped on my shoulder, and it was this tall, bearded graduate student, and he said, and I'm like this, he said, "I'm watching Michael Pollan shop for groceries." and I didn't go in that store again for many, many months. Another rule is don't eat any food that won't eventually rot. I had a Twinkie for 2 years. I owned a Twinkie that
you did not.
Really?
I did. I have it. I didn't bring it with me. I have it in my shelf in my office, and I would give it a squeeze every couple of weeks to see how it was doing.
Like Mr. Whipple.
And
that's not good for them.
You bruised your Twinkie.
2 years later, it was as soft and spongy as the day I bought it.
What if you unwrap it? You didn't unwrap it.
I didn't unwrap it.
All right. My problem. I try to teach my kids to eat healthy food, but you get a cantaloupe and you don't know when it's going to come of age. You have no idea that period between when it's
it.
hard as a rock to when it's
Actually, that's pretty soft
squishy
spot.
inside is
Yeah,
about
that's pretty
10
soft
minutes.
Right. And
And
ring dings.
sometimes you gotta wake the kids in the middle of the night because the cantaloupe's ready. Your kid wanted Fruity Pebbles just so he could sleep.
Well, Michael Pollan, we've invited you here to play a game.
So there you go, Michael Pollan and Paula Poundstone. I think Paula Poundstone speaks for all of us when she says, "Ring dings make life worth living."
Okay, so I think my mind has been changed on that whole "it's a myth" concept on Twinkies.
Well, he just says that it's still squishy after 2 years in its wrapper.
Well, that's what I mean. So, I mean, I always thought, that's just a stupid myth. Look on the package, there's an expiration date, right?
Well, you know what? If you want to know for yourself, buy a box. Leave one out.
No, I
Check it in 2
get
years.
what you're saying. Exactly.
Yeah.
You could go by the theory. Now, and actually, and the industry has done this before, where they understate something. In the 60s, 60s and early 70s, we had something called the muscle car.
Uh-huh.
And very often, the muscle car would be understated in its horsepower by the industry because the industry was very concerned about lawsuits and stuff like this.
Right.
So they would publish this number that was very low, which seems counterproductive. Everybody wants, I got the badass muscle car, right?
Right.
Well, the reality is that the companies were very afraid of, lawsuits and whatever. So they understated it. Says, see, we published that this car is not that powerful. And of course, the reality is that it would be that powerful.
Wouldn't that get them into even more trouble though, if some trouble comes from there being too much power and they didn't accurately list it?
Well, you would have to prove it, and if a car was in a wreck, you're not being able to prove it anymore.
Well, it depends on the wreck, but
chances are you wouldn't be able to prove it anymore.
Ah.
It would be results of a test that you could dispute.
I see.
But anyway, I mean, it was kind of the industry just kind of covering its ass. That's all.
Right. Which apparently you want to do on Instagram too. But
yes.
No.
Bingo.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, damn it! Great, my external USB
That
drive.
was pretty good right there, Gators. I'm impressed.
My external USB drives are pulling this shit again now. Oh, that's great. All right, maybe I need to rethink the whole external USB drives. Maybe maybe a cheap 10 terabytes wasn't a good idea. Let me see if I can fix it in the power settings, because I know what causes that is the drive going to sleep, and then when you immediately call on something that starts immediately trying to play it, it's got to
what are they, green drives or something? Green drives suck.
Damn.
I don't know what's in them. They're
Gators?
Yes?
You should look at one point, you should look at the last link I sent you. It will make you happy.
Okay. Oh, here we go. USB selective suspend setting. Let's disable that. There we go.
Man, who would do that?
Okay, these hard drives suck.
Oh, I thought you meant to do that. That was pretty good.
I like that drum fill.
Yeah, that was an awesome.
Well, the point is, it's
What
fucking
brand
not
are
working
they? Properly.
They're Seagate. They're Seagate external 5 terabyte USB 3.0 drives plugged into USB.
Oh, 5 terabyte, they're green drives.
I am an incurable romantic.
I am the child who is cold and lonely.
I guess I'm gonna need to get something else to put my NHB sound effects on. I'll figure that out later. All right. Well, meanwhile, it's time for this week's obituary, because we want to take a moment to honor Kevin J. McRorty. And here we go. I'll read his obituary. McGroarty achieves room temperature. Kevin J. McGroarty, 53, of West Pittston, died Tuesday, July 22, 2014, after battling a long fight with mediocrity. Born in 1960 in Nesbitt Hospital, he was the bouncing baby boy of the late Lieutenant Colonel Edward M. McGroarty and Helen Jane Hudson McGroarty, whom the New York Times should have noted as extraordinary parents. He was baptized at St. Cecilia Church, Exeter, which later burned to the ground, attended Butler Street Elementary, which was later torn down, and middle school at 6th Street in Wyoming, now an apartment building. He enjoyed elaborate practical jokes, over-tipping in restaurants, sushi, and Marx Brothers movies. He led a crusade to promote area midget wrestling, and in his youth was noted for his many unsanctioned daredevil stunts. He was preceded in death by brother Airborne Ranger Lieutenant Michael F. McGroarty and many beloved pets, Chainsaw, an English Mastiff in spring 2009, Baron, an Irish Setter in August 1982, Peter Max, a turtle, summer 1968, along with numerous houseflies and bees. But they were only acquaintances. McGroarty leaves behind no children that he knows of, but if he did, their names would be Almighty Thor McGroarty and daughter Buttercup Patchouli. McGroarty was a veteran of the advertising industry since 1983. McGroarty was a pioneer in Apple computing, purchasing one of the first in Wyoming Valley in 1985. He'd like to remind his friends, please, don't email me, I'm dead. McGroarty was a founding partner of Pyramid Advertising and finally principal owner of award-winning Rhino Media until 2006. He was also an adjunct instructor at Luzerne County Community College from 2005 to 2009. He will be laid to rest at Mount Olivet Cemetery, Section 7N. He asks to please make note of his new address. McGroarty's headstone reads, "I'll be right back," one of his favorite sayings. He leaves this world with few regrets, one being told in grade school his adult life would see the Hershey candy bar rise and cost over $1. He maintained, given the resources and initiative, he would rally the good citizens of the Commonwealth to a revolution that would force the price to its original 35-cent market value. A dream he was not able to fulfill, by his own admission, the reason, "I was distracted by many beautiful women." In lieu of flowers, friends are asked to please give generously to the Pennsylvania State Police Troop P Camp Cadet Fund. A Mass of Christian burial will be held at 10 a.m. Monday in St. Cecilia Church of St. Barbara Parish, 1700 Wyoming Avenue, Exeter, following a brief rant of how the government screwed up all of the Bugs Bunny cartoons trying to censor violence. This will be presented by his attorney, Brett Zankel, Esquire. Friends may call from 9 to 10 a.m. Monday in the church. McGroarty leaves behind a thought for all to ponder, given years of gathering wisdom from different religions and deep study of the Greek philosophers. It costs nothing to be nice, and never stick a steak knife in an electrical outlet. Arrangements by the Metcalf Shaver Kopska Funeral Home, Inc., 504 Wyoming Avenue, Wyoming. So there you go. Kevin J. McGroarty.
You just like his name. He was in Rhino Records somewhere.
I thought that was a nice what's the word I'm looking for? Obituary.
Yeah. Poor guy. He's all
Bilbo
dead.
Baggins.
Oh, you're looking for a little Leonard Nimoy now?
You know he's over 3 feet tall.
Hey, you're the one who played "I'm the Child That Is Cold and Old."
Yeah.
That is true. Well, now I gotta find it. I forget which folder I put that in.
You put it in the Star Trek Dementia Radio, the Dr. Demento directory.
Let's see. That's Real Men of Genius. No. Wool. No. Non-Atco Iron Butterfly recordings. No.
No.
No. EDO. No. Crater Maker. No.
Definitely not.
Gary Burton. No. Every Minute is a Star. No, that's not the right one. I thought it was in my MP3 folder. Huh. Alright, let's do a search for Bilbo.
Spell it right. Might get something else.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I actually have it in black. There we go. That's what he was looking for.
In the middle of the earth, in the land of Shire, lives a brave little hobbit.
Bilbo.
Sing it, Leonard.
Bilbo. Bilbo.
Oh my God.
Lobo. Bofo.
Hobbit hole and everybody knows him. Bilbo.
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 Bilbo Baggins. 3 feet tall. Oh, 3 feet.
Bilbo.
Bilbo Baggins.
Greatest little hobbit of them all. Yeah. You know, there's a video of that on YouTube.
That's
Quite
disturbing.
okay.
Yeah, no, you got it's great. It's great. You got girls with Vulcan ears in the background and everything.
Are you out of your Vulcan mind?
Meanwhile, you know, there are people that take their Facebook very seriously, you know?
It's right, Ted. You take your Facebook very seriously.
It's best not to let the actions of a relative few be viewed as a reflection of society as a whole. Otherwise, we might as well throw in the towel and call it a day. Why? On Friday, Facebook went down for in some areas for a period of time. It's annoying when that happens, but it took a new level of idiocy for some Los Angeles residents to call 911 about the outage.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
It's come to that.
I saw the site cracked. Oh my God, we're idiots.
Posting status updates and eagerly checking for likes and comments has become such an addictive pastime that some users are willing to tie up emergency 911 phone lines to inquire why the police aren't sending resources to fix the issue. Because, you know, computer engineering with a specialty in social networks is apparently on the job description.
The fuck?
Facebook is not a law enforcement issue. Please don't call us about it being down. We don't know when Facebook will be back up. Sir, Sheriff Sergeant Burton Brink of the Crescenta Valley Station posted to Twitter. Perhaps because it seemed so unbelievable, Brink posted a follow-up tweet explaining that, yes, people were actually calling 911 about the Facebook outage, adding that his department had received an unknown number of 911 and regular phone calls. Well, at least some people had the common sense to go, if I'm going to call the police about Facebook, I won't do it on the emergency line. You know? At least there's some level of intelligence there. Not much. Not much, but some.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty hilarious.
That's
It's like,
pretty
really?
stupid.
You're going to... Well,
Yeah, no.
and everybody was all upset on Twitter. Oh my God, I can't get to my Facebook. Blah, 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 blah.
No.
Oh yeah, I tweeted, retweeted lots and lots of stuff on Facebook being down. It was hilarious.
It's down. I don't know what to do. I just got the Twitter. I mean, what would happen if Twitter and Facebook went down at the same time? Oh my God. it would be
Now I
anarchy.
truly don't have
Anarchy, I say.
You know what's an even bigger issue than that?
What?
Missing cookies.
What?
Not just any cookies, Chips Ahoy.
Ted, what are you eating?
Does that sound like a transition to you? Illinois man angered by 3 missing Chips Ahoy cookies tries to kill roommate, police say.
Yay.
A Central Illinois man is accused of trying to kill his female roommate for allegedly eating cookies, perhaps because he wanted them. Alan Hall, 23, of Decatur, was charged in Macon County with attempted murder. Decatur, whatever. Hey, at least I say Oregon right.
Oregon, you know.
Now, do you actually pronounce it with all 3 syllables, or do you just shorten it to 2?
What, Decatur?
Origami.
No, Oregon. Is it Oregon or Oregon?
Oregon.
Oregon. So I need to keep that middle syllable in there.
I don't know what your wife said.
Yeah.
She is.
It's not Oregon. It's Oregon.
Oregon.
Because they have a trail.
Yeah.
So, it's it's not like saying, I'll be home playing with my upright organ. No, it's Oregon. No, okay.
Yes, not your Oregon, but Oregon.
So, which upright's in? Wait. The police were smart. They posted the message to Twitter not to call us about Facebook going down instead of Facebook.
Yes.
That's kudos, because Hey, we've all done that. We've all done that at least once. Send the email out, letting all the users know that email is down and we're working on it, and it'll be back up in 15 minutes. You know, who hasn't done that at least once?
You know, my
Yeah, that's what I love
I'm like,
too.
you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do it just on purpose, just to say, you know.
I always suggest doing that. I always say, oh, should I send an email out letting people know that we're working on the email outage? And the thing is, 99% of the time, I am not serious when I say that. I do realize that I'm making a joke. Although usually people can't tell. However, there was at least one time I did send an email about email being down, and then I, immediately.
Well, you do have the subtle East Coast sarcasm going.
I do, and you get it.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Yeah. No, I think humor is funnier when it's delivered with a straight face, because.
Well, it's interesting to say that because I don't know if you've watched how many of the John Oliver, HBO shows that you've watched, but he doesn't keep a straight face, which is a little bit disturbing.
Yeah. Well, different people have different styles.
I mean, I like his stuff, but that smirk that he has is like, it's like the guy that laughs at his own jokes.
Yeah. I prefer the straight face delivery. Because to me, the best humor is the unintentional humor. And when you deliver humor with a straight face, you're emulating it being unintentional. And that's kind of what I go for.
Well, and I mean, like George Carlin was good at something that to make it look like it was totally spontaneous, but it really wasn't.
Right. Oh, he was
just making it look. He could make it look like it was spontaneous.
Yeah.
He was a genius.
I think Jon Stewart does a pretty
Plus
good job with the straight face as well.
I mean, who does?
Jon Stewart from the Daily Show.
Oh yeah, he's good. Yeah, he does.
He's
good.
very good at it. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's good at it.
Now so I would say the opposite is which to me worked was Dennis Miller would have that smirk.
Yeah.
He had the smirk down good, but to me he's he's totally a left, he's totally a right-wing comedian. He used to be so independent. He could laugh at the left and the right, but he gave that up.
Oh, that's too bad.
So, I mean, to me, I think he sucks now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the problem with taking one side, is that you lose half your audience.
Conan's notorious for laughing at his own jokes. It's pretty funny to watch him.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry, who?
Conan O'Brien.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got a different.
He's notorious for laughing at his own jokes.
Well.
Yeah. No, I like Conan too.
Yeah.
But I do. But I do. I do shoot for the dry delivery. That leaves people wondering. Wait, was that a joke? I have that effect, and I don't know. I think every now and then when it works, it works. I probably have more misses than hits, but I don't know. Brian, you've worked alongside me. I get a good one in now and then, right?
Yeah, once in a while.
Once in a while, I mean, a stop clock is right twice a day, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, anything new in Maine?
No.
No. I figure,
Well, there was the Maine report.
The Maine report. Nothing new in Maine.
Maine report.
I'm not seeing any good Maine news stories lately. Your state's gotten really boring.
I know.
Aw, it's mean of you to say, Gators.
Well, that's not
True.
necessarily a bad thing.
Governor went on vacation or something. That's usually
Mr. LePage?
Mr. LaRage is usually good for some.
Wait, he went on vacation during blueberry season?
They're calling
Why
him
would he do
LaRage?
that?
I call him.
So is the open for business?
LaRage. He's all LaRage.
Whatever happened with the open for business sign? They put a new one up, or? Or what?
I haven't been down to the state to look at it
All
in
right.
a while.
I guess when I catch the bus from Boston, I'll have to keep an eye out for it.
Yeah, you're coming up on when? The
coming up
23rd?
Let me
24th.
Let me get my ticket and take a look at that. Let's see, is that still in my inbox or did I move that to the vacation folder? Amazon. Damn it, where is it? Brad Garton on sabbatical. Black Angus Steakhouse. Amtrak, here we go. This is not a ticket. All right, but that'll tell me what time the ticket's for. All right. Let's see. Departs Metro Park, Island, New Jersey at 8:10 a.m. Arrive in Boston at 1:15 p.m.
Okay, everybody write this down so you know when to have a Gators meetup. You can just meet them at
Depart
random
Boston
places.
2:15 p.m. Yeah, August 23rd at 4:10 p.m.
Okay.
Wow.
And then I leave the 28th at 12:30 p.m.
That's very accurate.
So there we go. So yeah, I'll get in a Saturday night and hang around till Thursday. So we'll have plenty of time to hit all the record stores, and go down to the dump and shoot some rats.
And you'll be here till when, the 28th?
Yeah. Thursday.
Because
what?
You can't go to Bob's store until the 27th.
Why is that? Vacation?
Because he's not open Sunday through Tuesday.
Shit.
He was having somebody work there for a while, and then he just wasn't, so he's gone back to 4 hours.
All right. Well, Wednesday's the day that we go to Big G's.
But there's plenty of other record stores to go to.
Oh yeah. And Wednesday's the day we go to Big G's and go to Bob's and clean up house.
Oh.
House.
Find out how many records I can stuff into a box and mail across the country. And
and how many miscellaneous bad records you can
Find out what it
hide
sounds
off
like
its
when you
place.
take a microphone and stuff it in your couch.
Yeah. Oh, Gothard. Turns out Trexler Town's out. Was a no-go. Yeah.
What?
The job I was applying for in Pennsylvania, they went with another candidate.
Oh.
But that's okay because Brian's gonna make as much noise as he can right now.
Oh, was I making noise? Sorry.
Yeah. Were you dragging the phone across the room?
I think he was sitting on it.
I think you're trying to show off the floor to us, is what you're trying to do.
Nice.
I guess what? Yeah, I don't know how that was happening.
Okay. All right. Well, anyways, no, but Plan B is there's still an opening in Salem, Oregon. So, the guy that's kind of involved in hiring for that one thinks that I might be a good match for that. So.
So you're basically wanting to get out of the Bay Area just so that when the server goes down, you don't have to fix it.
Well, no, really, if I wanted to move back east because I want to be closer to my family, but I want to get promoted and make more money. And if I get promoted and make more money, I could more easily afford to visit my family more often. So I'll take what I can get at this point, and my job's going to be redundant in about a year. So I need to, right now is when I need to either get promoted to somewhere that I'm not redundant or get a new job. So, and I think, or I've been to Oregon a few times, lovely area. I could see living there
What
for
part of Oregon is it?
Salem.
So he just wants to move closer to Neo and the weed.
Yeah, that's true.
So yes, okay, Brian. We heard some water and we heard some breathing. What are you up to over there?
I think he's drinking
I
coffee.
just was filling up my coffee cup.
Ah, I see.
See?
Oh, you're just. Oh God.
Yeah, I know.
You ever watch Portlandia?
Yeah, I've watched all of those. I think what we really need to ask,
Your new
though,
town.
we need to ask,
What are we eating today?
Brian, what are we eating today?
Well, it's just coffee. That's it.
Just coffee.
I haven't eaten anything today.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
You gotta do this show on a full stomach. I
And-
mean, you can't do it on an empty stomach.
All right, and
You get sick.
And that was.
What are we eating today?
Yeah, I got the sound back.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Salem, Oregon. So I figure, I could probably persuade you to come out there for a visit because that'd be a different area to visit on the West Coast and check out.
I've been to that area on the West Coast.
Right, I figured it wouldn't be hard to convince you to come out there again. Am I
But
right?
you're not allowed to wave in your Neo's place. She said she'll shoot you.
Yeah. I don't know. No waving to Neo. That is right out. Otherwise,
I like pain.
Gotham might be able to wave.
Yay! You got the sound back.
Yeah. Yes.
Gotham might be able to wave, but Gators, I don't.
Yeah, Gotham is fine, but
Yeah.
No waving from me.
no.
That's okay. I wasn't planning on waving my hand at you.
Ew.
Damn, you really want that thing shot off, don't you?
I was kidding. All right, where were we?
Oh, okay. So you're north of Eugene. That would be north of Eugene. I know where that is. That's nice.
Yeah. That's where I'm
I've
looking.
had a car breakdown in Eugene.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I might.
No, don't bite that.
My car might break down in Eugene. So that's Plan B. Plan B is to get promoted to Salem. Plan C is to job hunt. So we'll work Plan B and see how that goes. I figure I'll spend a few years there and keep an eye out for other opportunities within the company on the East Coast and try to work my way there within the company, or I don't know. Maybe if I get enough with the promotion and can visit home more often, that'll satisfy me enough that I'll just hang out there. I don't know. I'm still up in the air and uncertain. To me, the opportunity to live in another area I haven't lived in yet, not a bad thing. I kind of like that I've, with my life so far, have taken to different areas of the country. I didn't just grow up in one area and stay put there. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I like that I spent some years in Maine, spent some years in the Bay Area, and to be, spend some time up further north in the area. That seems like a nice opportunity.
Singapore's nice this time of year.
We had
Dallas.
Hey, it's nice all the time here.
You're Dallas.
No, Texas is not on my list of places to move to.
No, the next town over is Dallas, Oregon.
Oh, Dallas, Oregon. Oh, there you go.
Along with Keyser and Silverton and Staten and Jefferson and Monmouth.
Ah.
And anyway, but still, Texas has no income tax.
Oh yeah, I know.
But then their property taxes are through the effing roof.
No, Brian.
Yeah.
Brian, you know what? You can get back on Dune's side by talking up all the ways Texas is great.
Well, it is
Texas
good.
is great.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Dune likes the way that Texas does politics, so that's.
Oh.
We got on his bad side earlier, so I figure we should try to be nice and say.
I think he probably tuned out a long time ago when his blood pressure reached 8,000.
I think we've talked about enough things to calm down the blood pressure.
Texas is good.
Yeah, Texas is good. We all agree Texas is good.
Yeah. I lived in Houston for 6.5 years, so Oh, incident. So you were talking about moving around. That's good.
Yeah.
Now, of course, your wife has moved around, so she's cool with that, right?
Yeah, I think she'd like to settle down someplace.
Now, I worked with at the place that you're working now. We had this programmer that was born at that Eden Hospital in Castro Valley.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So he was definitely a Bay Area boy.
Mm-hmm.
But he married this woman that had grown up in, her dad was in the military. So she moved all around, and when he was kind of deciding he wanted to move on, let's get the heck out of here.
I see.
Is your antivirus up to date, or?
It was just the crack software I used to rip the Blu-ray disc. Sorry, Brian. Go ahead. Continue.
Anyway, so yeah, moving around is good.
Yeah. No, I like. I didn't really plan on it. As a kid, I probably thought I was gonna stay in New Jersey and live near my because that's kind of what my family did. They were all around New Jersey. I grew up. Everyone New Jersey. I liked the area. I didn't have a reason to leave it. It was kind of more of a spontaneous thing that it turned out that way, where I got out of college and I had a friend in Maine, visited him a few times, like the area, and it was kind of like I was just living in my parents' house, not working a job that made me the type of income where I could afford to move out, and I was kind of getting sick of living with my parents, and it was like, well, I liked Maine. I could afford to live there, and I got a friend that wouldn't mind being roommates with me, and his family's willing to help us out too, and that's kind of an opportunity that unfolded, and I never planned on it that way. It was really kind of spontaneous, and it was great. I loved living there, and then moving out here to the Bay Area was kind of another spontaneous thing. I meet Kristen online, and she's out in this area. Like, hey, I'll move out there, and we'll settle down there for now, and I never really planned to move around like this. I never thought I would have, but it's been great because I've loved all the areas I've lived in, and so it's like maybe moving in yet a different area instead of moving back towards the east might not be that bad of a thing.
And it's just like a friend of mine from high school. He grew up in this house in the town we went to high school, and then he when he got married, he bought a house a block away from the house he grew up in. And he still lives there.
And that's fine too.
See, he moves throughout his life. No, he's lived in 2 houses in his entire life, and they're a block apart.
And there's nothing wrong with that if you're happy doing that. I'm just.
Yeah.
I thought I was probably going to settle down in New Jersey.
I mean, quite frankly, I wouldn't move back to that town. That's not a town I would want to live in.
Which town is that?
Bloomfield. Just outside of Hartford.
I see.
It's not. I mean, I don't have anything against the town. It's just that there's nothing that appeals to me. And most of the people, I've befriended some of my high school buddies on Facebook, and I think there's one guy that lives in Bloomfield still, besides this other friend of mine.
I see.
But I mean, yeah, the sentimental value, yes, but would I live there? No.
That makes sense. All right, I got.
I mean, the one big incentive for there is like, oh, it's kind of nice. It has all these dairy farms. Well, most of those dairy farms are gone now, so
Well, that's okay. Dairy farms smell like shit.
Yeah. Well, but when you grew up with that, you kind of used to that. That's like home.
I see.
You grew up with shit.
Home shit home, right?
I don't know. Gothard and I, we went to school in Annville, Pennsylvania, which is not far from Hershey and not far from Amish country. So some days it smelled like
down the Hershey Highway.
Yeah, just down the Hershey Highway, exactly. It was U.S. Route 422, or the
so someday it smelled like chocolate.
Yeah, and some days it smelled like shit. And
now,
some days it smelled like chocolate shit.
Does chocolate smell, or is it kind of the smell that like, I don't even like the taste of chocolate anymore because it reminds me of that ugly smell?
No, it was pleasant. It was kind of a pleasant.
Oh, okay,
aroma.
It was pleasant. Okay.
It wasn't constant. It wasn't every day, but every now and then the wind kicked up the right way. You have a little bit of that chocolate in the air. Some days wind blowing the other way, you got that shit in the air, and then some days you got the shitty chocolate smell.
Well, like the place that we work, there is a Sara Lee factory nearby, and once in a while you can smell the Sara Lee.
Right.
But there's also that waste treatment center at the end of the street, and sometimes you smell like, ooh.
You smell what came out of Sara Lee.
There you go.
Yeah.
After some additional processing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No one does it like Sara Lee.
Nobody smells like Sara Lee.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
Oh.
Well, I am kind of material.
Gators, I did send you another link today, but I thought you might have just looked at that anyway.
Oh, let me take a look. Oh, that's right. I do still have a few links open. That's right. Netflix is positive that they're going to get a 5th season of Arrested Development. Totally going to happen.
You might like that one.
They have no They have no real promise or commitment or any way that they could assure that. But they are positive that it will return for a 5th season if they could just work out everyone's schedule.
But other good media news is Rupert Murdoch was looking at buying Time against it now.
Oops, it's too expensive. I didn't realize it was so shitty.
Just the headline that he.
By the way, if you're in California, reboot your modems tonight or during this week, and there has been a speed bump for almost everybody. My 50 megabit went up to 105.
Okay.
For free.
My lovely internet. Something.
Bumped, yes. Gators, you should be eligible for this too.
All right, I'll have to. Well, let me check out what my speed is right now.
What is your speed right now?
What? So Comcast just did a speed bump?
Yes. I now have 105.15.
Well, right now I've got. Wow. I'm hitting over 100 right now, or a
See,
little.
isn't that amazing?
Yeah, 100. So I don't even need to do the reboot. I'm already there.
They probably decided that they want to do some positive press since I guess Verizon has been throttling people back and just everybody pissed off.
Do you know why they're upgrading everybody for free? They only upgrade everybody for free that there's competition coming to that area. What high-speed fiber is coming to our area, at least San Jose, is Google Fiber, which is 1 gig up, 1 gig down for $70 a month. And that also includes television. When that sucker comes to Hayward, I am dropping. I love you, Comcast, but I'm dropping you like a hot pancake. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, we'll see what happens.
You can drop them in favor of a Google cable or something, or what?
Google Fiber, yeah. Google Fiber is 1 gig up, 1 gig down for $70 a month.
Now, is it a third party that you sign up with, or?
No, it's Google. You sign up with Google.
Oh, really?
And it also includes television, cable, and it also includes you get a free Nexus 7 with it.
There we go.
Yes. Yeah. I will pay to.
So, by the way, so since we're talking technical, I now can get Amazon streaming, and I can re-sign up for Netflix because I got a VPN that will disguise me to make it look like I'm in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Did you try Overcast? Is that the one you're using?
So
strong VPN.
So you got to watch Sharknado?
Yeah. So the first thing I did is I watched Sharknado. That was a laugh your ass off movie. Holy crap.
Did you watch the second one yet?
No, I haven't. And actually, they're playing the second one here.
Nice.
Yeah, the second one's awesome.
I haven't seen it yet.
But also, I went on. What else? One of my prepper buddies suggested World War Z.
The book is supposedly way better
not
ending.
Funny, but it's good. It's Brad Pitt. It's really good on how they play things.
Brad Armpit.
I like the movie. I mean, I didn't think I'd like a fucking zombie movie, but it was good, entertaining, and it was kind of believable. I mean, Sharknado is not believable at any shape or form.
What?
What are you talking about, Brian?
No, it's funny as hell.
The science was sound.
There's a book. How to Survive a Sharknado.
If you take a chainsaw to a shark, that's exactly how it goes down. If you got a tornado.
Did you notice?
Oh, and actually, to me,
he grabbed the chainsaw.
To me, the chainsaw was actually like the cherry on the top. It was just over the top.
My God!
It was hilarious.
You mean to tell me that you don't get rid of a tornado with flying sharks by dropping bombs on it? I thought the science was pretty sound there.
Yeah.
Me too.
Well, you know, and of course the third one, you know, of course they had to drop a second bomb, right?
Right.
So, you know, not to spoil the whole thing, but, you know, it was harder to do than the first two tornadoes.
Right. Well,
they did do a commercial.
No, that was
Sharknado.
hilarious. That was hilarious.
That was.
They did do a commercial during Sharknado.
Yeah, you're going to fly the helicopter
for
close
Sharknado
enough
3.
to the tornado to be able to hand throw a bomb into the middle of the tornado.
I don't.
And not only that,
I don't see
there is
the problem with this.
There are more chainsaws in that aircraft hangar than there are in Home Depot. Like, what's the deal? Why do you need so many fucking chainsaws in an aircraft hangar? What purpose do they serve?
You never know when you're going to need a chainsaw when you're working on airplanes, you know?
You know what? Probably has to do with airplane repo. I'm not sure how it connects.
Yeah, you know, you get those repo people showing up. Nothing scares them more than a chainsaw. Yeah?
Or is it that the repo people use the chainsaws? I don't know.
Yeah, because they have like a chain chaining the airplane to the ground, so they got to take the chainsaw to the chain and.
And the other thing, I mean, just turning the movie on, I knew I was going to like it because they start off, you know, a little, you know, the theme song kind of has the little, you know, da-da, you know, from Jaws. So a Jaws theme tribute. I mean, it was just awesome, you know.
Now,
this is going to be good.
Did you say anything at all about the movie to the missus?
I mentioned that I watched it, and she kind of cringed. And I said, and it was funny as hell. I know you wouldn't like it. She has never seen the Jaws movies, by the way.
Oh
my goodness.
She won't watch them.
She won't watch them.
Yeah.
What's her reason for not watching?
She doesn't. That's not her cup of tea. You know, whatever. You know, she doesn't like scary shit.
So what is her cup of tea?
Well, I mean, she does. She's into Stargate.
Stargate. Okay.
She's into Stargate. And Stargate.
Yeah.
That's redeeming.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You can have some scary stuff in it.
All is forgiven.
All right.
You know, science.
She's cool again. She's invited onto the show now. You can let her. You can let her know that.
She'll be on the show. Yeah, right.
Be sure to deliver the invitation.
We only talk about intelligent stuff on the show.
Yeah, we will have an intelligent show for if she comes onto the show. It'll only be 5 minutes, but it'll be an intelligent 5
Flavors can play fancy music in the background. He has plenty of fancy music.
Yeah, I do.
You could play classical
I think
music.
she'd be falling asleep like Neo, right?
But well, there you go.
I'm not falling asleep.
Well, Neo can.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Neo can share her pot with your wife.
I don't know if she's gonna share her pot.
I'm negotiating here. No, just Brian, just let her know that we've invited her to be on the show. Just because I want to know the reaction. I want to know the exact reaction. In fact, if you could pictures would help of the facial expression made when you say, "Oh yeah, my friend."
How about making a vine of it, Brian?
Here we
Make a
go.
Vine.
Or even just the audio, since this is primarily an audio show, right?
Yeah, that would work. That would work. I'm sure she will be thrilled with you throwing a recording device in her face to get her reaction to the show invitation.
Yeah, she would.
Well, it would have to be on the sly.
On the sly. This would not result in you on the couch at all. No. Not.
or gathered as evidence for the divorce.
No.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Wow, that bad, really.
We'll pretend like that was just a joke.
Okay, yeah, I know. I'm just going along with it. I'm playing it.
Right.
You know me. I'm playing it straight.
That was the disclosure to the rest of the audience.
I see.
Save the drama for your mama.
There you go.
All right.
So what else is going on in the whole world?
We're gonna go see Godzilla, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh, I need to book tickets for that. That's next Thursday, the 14th. Totally doing it.
Are you guys gonna watch the Ninja Turtles?
No.
I don't know.
I'd watch it, but there's no rapping in it, and that's the only.
No.
Ninja,
Great
ninja, rap, ninja, rap.
Go ninja, go ninja, go. Go, Ninja, go. Oh, God.
Go.
Wow.
If I have that stuck in my head the rest of this night, it's your fault.
2 weeks ago, last Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get back this up. Next Saturday is Singapore National Day, 49 years as a nation.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
2 weeks ago, they had a rehearsal. They filled up this stadium of people that you had to get a ticket for, and they have all this yay rah rah stuff going on. Yes, we love our nation. Blah blah blah. Ended with an awesome. Get this, it's a rehearsal. An awesome fireworks show that ran 5 minutes. That was heavy duty as like a typical American finale. I mean, big time fireworks.
How's it equal the one at the wharf in San Francisco? Does it equal to it? 4th of July?
I would say probably more.
Really?
When I cast together, I took some video of it and I'll post it on YouTube.
Oh, cool.
But it runs 5 minutes.
Okay.
And it's just constant and on and on and on.
And that was just the rehearsal.
Okay, so last Saturday. Okay, so that was almost 2 weeks ago. Last Saturday, they had another. It was kind of like a National Day preview. So this is kind of like dress rehearsal, but more than a rehearsal. You know, this was, and again, stadium filled with people. Again, they do the same kind of program and whatever. Oh, also the military is involved in it. So you have, this is on a little bay, so you have a bunch of boats that come by, and there's a lot of machine gun fire. They fire off artillery rounds. You know, it's just awesome, followed by another awesome fireworks show for a rehearsal.
Yeah.
And I was talking to some of the locals, says, okay, so was next week going to be really super awesome? And they say, yeah. It's going to be super awesome.
Watch him have no fireworks left. Sorry, guys, we used them all for rehearsals.
No, that wouldn't happen. In Singapore, things like that does not happen.
No, because, you know, if something like that happens, they hit you with a stick.
That's exactly.
Yeah, I can just see the guards there looking at people menacingly with a stick. Stay in your place.
Right.
Right.
Well, actually, Singaporeans are pretty cool. I don't think they need to be. Well, no, I take that back. At rush hour, when you go through, you have the uniformed people, and they have they carry something that looks like a lightsaber.
Nice.
And they wear white gloves, and they push you onto the train.
Are they bobbies?
They give you a little helpful push.
It sounds like a cattle prod.
Is it actually a cattle prod that gives you a little shock to make you do a little?
I don't think it shocks. I haven't been
assisted.
Shall we say touched this way?
Touched in this way. You make it sound dirty, Brian.
Well, it is.
By an angel.
See, you kind of go, this is a little creepy. You know, these guys in these red and white uniforms, and they have lightsabers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what it looks like.
Lightsaber.
I mean, I'm not exaggerating. That's what it looks like.
Push you onto the train with the lightsaber. That's great.
Yeah, nice.
Now, most people, when they see these guys, they just climb onto the train and they jam up, and you're literally on the train packed like a sardine.
Ugh.
Ass to nuts, butts to nuts, or what?
Yeah, I say butt to nut.
Or butts to butts, or balls to balls, whatever.
Yeah, well, if you got your butts to butts.
In fact, I got on and look, some Americans. I rarely see Americans, and I kind of go. It's really funny. Just like in the last week, 2 different people says, I prefer the bus over the train, with no qualification of why. What do you mean? And they haven't qualified for that. I guess this is what it means because, usually on the bus you're sitting, you're not standing.
So you don't.
In this deal, you're just standing there.
So you don't have your butts to butts and balls to balls when you're sitting in the bus.
And they don't jam you in this tight.
All right. Well, that statement makes
that's what
perfect
she
sense
said.
then. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Anyway,
Nice.
so there's the report from Singapore.
All right.
Hello, ding ding bot bot.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for that. That was an interesting sound. All right.
Oh, that's a report from India.
So when in Singapore.
Well, I hear it's no better in India with the congested public transportation.
Mm-hmm. So when in Singapore.
Well,
take the
that's
bus.
because I think in India, I think they let you bring on chickens.
Oh, well that helps.
In Singapore, there are lists of things that you cannot bring on the train.
It's like here, have an egg.
And they're pretty
Fresh.
strict about it. They. One of the popular.
That's a super rooster. What are you doing?
Yeah, you don't want to bring that on the bus.
Yikes.
The super rooster.
Super rooster.
Super rooster.
He was like your mascot for like the longest time, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, that was venison.
Is that the start of Ramadan?
Oh no, I think that's
Ramadan's
actually over
over.
now. Didn't it just end?
No, that was.
Oh,
It ended like 2 weeks
yeah, that's
ago.
right. I got it wrong.
No, that was.
Oh, and we had that is a public a public holiday.
Oh,
That end of Ramadan.
Yeah, that's
holiday.
surprising. Yep.
No, but the story behind the super rooster was apparently it's a story of venisons, and I basically just recreated it because venison apparently had a tape recorder, some type of reel-to-reel recorder, and recorded the sound of a rooster, and then played it at half speed, really loud, blaring down the road, and apparently it resulted in people going, "What the hell is that thing?" And I think the police were actually called out to try to find the source of the super rooster sound. And yeah.
Have you heard of skyquakes?
Skyquakes? No.
Search YouTube for skyquakes, and I'll just leave it at that.
Oh, that's called air pockets.
All right, sky. All right.
Careful, you get onto me.
Super creepy sounds in the sky during a storm in Finland.
Yeah, they're worldwide.
Okay.
You know, like chemtrails are worldwide.
All right, let's see.
Oh.
These are sounds that are just coming from the sky. All right, we got some rumblings.
Hey!
That's fucking creepy, dude.
This sounds like one of your
It is.
gators. It sounds like one of your reel-to-reels. Don't you have that one guy that does stuff like that?
I don't know which one you're referring to.
It sounds like voices.
Well, there are people
Well,
listening.
this guy that pointed out this whole thing about skyquakes is, well, let's just kind of put it that mildly that the guy's a bit of a religious fanatic, and he's just claiming, well, that's the 7 trumpets.
The 7 trumpets.
Oh, from Revelation.
Well, yeah.
The sign the end of the world is coming.
Yeah.
I would.
No, it
I
sounds
don't know.
like
For
when a
me, I would
gator's
probably think it's more like people's voices being carried extraordinarily long distances due to some
They should have
phenomenon
some-
related to the
what is it?
thunder, lightning.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. In fact, when this guy was telling me the subject, I would kind of make a suggestion, sort of that, about giving a natural explanation of the sound, and the guy would like, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, geez.
No, it's magical
weird.
musical instruments. Duh, obviously.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, it's God farting.
Yeah, that's actually what I was kind of thinking, but I wasn't sure how to.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow, he toots loud.
But it
doesn't
was
he?
a weird conversation where anything you would say is like you're fucking wrong, asshole. Like, I didn't say anything.
There are people like that, you know, that are always right.
Yeah.
They know what they're talking about. And,
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, so explain to me, and then you kind of get into so explain to me what this is. And there is no real explanation that he can come up with.
Well, there are things that people can't explain.
And also, he would collect these strange, photographs of the sky and make some conclusion. And some of the photographs he would show was really cool. But you kind of go...
There are things that happen that we can't explain. I mean, why do plasma balls happen? I mean, there are lightning balls that go around in the sky here and there. I mean, but that's nature. It happens once in a while.
Yeah.
Very rare, but it happens.
Oh, we lost Brian.
Oh. Maybe him talking about the seven trumpets.
They reached Singapore first, and we thought maybe.
See, so the skyquakes got rid of me.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. We figured the seventh trumpet got to you, and you were wearing the mark of the beast or something like that. And,
yeah,
666.
All that.
666.
Yep.
Right. Of course, that's that's my Obamacare code, right?
Yes.
Obama phone. You should play the Obama phone lady from YouTube. Obama phone remix.
Obama phone remix. Yeah, I think Dune would actually like that because I remember he was one that pulled out
Actually, that's pretty funny. Yeah.
Every minority's got the Obama phone.
What the fuck, bruh?
Oh.
You got Obama phone?
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, no minority got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know. He gave us a phone. Whoa, got Obama phone.
Got Obama phone. No income gave us a phone. Don't use it. I'm going to get a bitch to whip your ass, man, bro. When I see a motherfucking commercial, I wanna.
That's great. That is great right there.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is definitely a good one. Is that in a record button?
What's that?
Is that on a record button? You can play it back anytime?
No, I just pulled that up on YouTube.
No.
Oh, okay.
That's almost great.
You need to capture a little bit that so you.
One of the scenes in the music video. One of the scenes in the music video is Hillary dancing with a black lady, like bumping and grinding.
Nice.
I like that one.
No, I like the Michael Richards rap. Actually, is what I thought that one was. Let's see if I can find that one now. Here we go.
I'm not a racist. That's what's so insane about this. I'm not a racist. That's what's so insane about this. I'm not a racist. That's what's so insane about this.
Oh my god, that's fucking awesome.
I'm not a racist. That's what's so insane about this.
Oh my god.
Did you ever know to have you upside down? I don't know. Did you ever know to have you upside down? Talking. Did you ever know to have you upside down? I'm really busted up over this. I'm really busted up over this.
Oh my god.
I'm very, 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 very sorry.
It's a piece of trash. The N-word.
That was about the only good thing that came out of that incident.
Oh my
wow.
I think we left everyone speechless.
Oh, it's pretty good.
I even like the original song that was in the background.
Yeah, it was. I especially like the call and response with the, you could talk, you could talk, you could talk, you could talk, you could talk. Man, there we go. And no one's ever heard from him since.
He's in the witness protection program. Or
What?
the honky protection program.
What the hell is he up to these days? I mean, his career pretty much just died. Done.
Whose career?
Michael Richards.
Oh.
No one's. I don't think we've heard a thing from him since then, or since his Letterman apology. I think that's the last time we've heard anything from him.
So maybe what he has to do is lay low until people have kind of forgotten about it. Then he can kind of make a comeback.
Just lay low.
No one. Let's see. Well, apparently in 2012, Richards appeared in the comedy web series Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. Oh, well, that's hosted by Jerry Seinfeld, so of course he'll help his friend out. He was in the 7th season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He played the role of Frank in the sitcom Kirstie, co-starring Kirstie Alley, premiering on TV Land December 4th, 2013. The show was canceled after one season. Okay, so yeah, nothing good is really what he's done since then. I mean, the only thing he's done since the Michael Richards show is Curb Your Enthusiasm in 2009 and Kirstie in 2013. That's all we've got for him, and yeah, that's it. Huh. I don't know. Hopefully he saved his money well, because his career is, yeah.
Whoosh. Yes.
Well, he's down in. Is he in New York or is he in L.A.?
I don't know.
Oh.
Homeless people can get by easily in L.A., and if he's in New York, well.
I don't know. I think he's somewhere where there's lots and lots of white people, is where I'm thinking he is.
Oh, well.
I don't know. Oh, jeez.
It's actually kind of, amusing. My folks are living in a town in, it's not too far from Santa Barbara. And, what can you say? There's going to be a lot of Mexicans down there because there's a lot of agriculture and what have you.
Right.
And also, there's a lot of rednecks that hate Mexicans, which just kind of mind-boggling. It's like, so if you don't like it, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Really?
But anyway.
Well, there's people that don't like things, and they'll be vocal about it.
Right. But they won't do anything about it. If you really don't like it, why do you stay? Get the hell out of there. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever,
Yeah.
Just deal with it.
Yeah. Move on. Either put up with it, or move on.
All right. I only have one more story left open, which I think this is another one Mars sent. First grader forced to sit on classroom floor for a month as punishment. Wait, so like?
Oh, I saw this on the news.
Like, was she not? Wait, so like she couldn't go home?
That
she just
sounds
had
like
to.
my class.
It sounds like your class.
She drew on a desk, and so the teacher
Took the
made
desk.
her sit on the floor.
Let's see.
We had a kid that was very hyper, and it went like the desk got taken away, and then the chair got taken away.
Nice.
It actually happened at my grade school.
Let's see. The girl's mother said she received an email from a teacher about a daughter drawing a picture on her desk. Her mother was told that her daughter's punishment was to lose recess time, visit the principal's office, and clean the desk. I thought that was the end of the incident. But when her daughter returned to school the next day, she found her desk had been removed. The teacher said she would not get her desk back until the start of 2nd grade, forcing the girl to sit on the floor for the rest of the school year. After sitting on the floor for over a month, the girl finally told her parents about the unusual punishment. The girl's mother has filed a grievance against the Spring Branch Independent School District and has retained an attorney. The mother has transferred her daughter to another school for the upcoming school year. The school district
Is that Spring Branch like Texas?
Yeah, Texas.
All right.
That's how they roll in Texas.
Yeah.
Don't be disrespecting.
Don't mess with Texas, man.
Don't mess with
We'll take away your
Texas.
desk.
Don't mess with Texas. Or we'll take your desk and we'll take down your website. Oh wait, no, that's Rico.
Damn. Yeah, I was gonna say that's Rico.
Don't mess with Rico. He'll take down your website. Rico.
Suave.
Okay.
I don't know where will that be on YouTube?
I don't know.
Rico Suave, yeah. It's like his only hit, wasn't it?
That was like his only song.
Peters, what did you
So
do?
this is like the second
Peters,
siren going off. What's
what
happening
did you
there?
do?
That's not me.
That's my ghetto ass.
That's ghetto right there. It's okay.
That's your
Don't
ghetto
worry about
ass.
it. Yeah.
Your ass is ghetto and makes the sounds of sirens?
I can't find Rico Suave.
Ken's pipes go woo woo.
There you go.
No, I don't know.
Oh, there we go.
I don't know Weird Al's version's better, Ted.
Taco Grande.
Yes, that's better.
Taco Grande.
Grande.
You get a chimichanga.
Grande.
Tu tengo un dinero per un steak picado.
You know, there's been talks about him. People want Weird Al to do the halftime show at the Super Bowl. It's going around Twitter now.
Be better than the crap that they put on there now.
Oh yeah, I'd go for that.
So we went to this Mexican restaurant. We were checking it out.
Yeah.
In Singapore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this: would you find this on a standard Mexican restaurant? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Chicken wings.
Maybe.
No. Chicken wings at a Mexican restaurant?
No,
that's... Yeah, chicken wings. What else did they have? Oh, calamari rings.
It's about as Mexican as lasagna.
Okay. Were they wrapped up in a tortilla? With
No. Well, this was one of those combination platters.
Okay.
There was no tortilla served, by the way.
Oh.
So you couldn't even wrap it in a tortilla.
Again. I mean, there were so many things.
Yeah.
You know.
How about the salsa? Was there salsa involved?
The salsa tasted like, it came out of a jar. So they didn't make, New
York City.
New York City.
And this was not a cheap place either. It was kind of expensive.
Well, now
so,
you know
like
American
all these things
food
like,
at.
ooh.
Oh, where
do you get American food at? Is it?
Were there any redeeming qualities to this place?
They had like a happy hour for a pitcher of beer or a pitcher of wine. It's like, wait a minute, did you have a pitcher of margarita? No.
Well,
this is a mixed place,
You drink enough wine, you can pretend it's margarita.
Yeah. I mean, so, and the pitcher was $50. That's a special.
Damn, Mr. Johnson.
Alcohol in Singapore is really expensive. So I mean, you just kind of go, okay, well, whatever. You could go to Malaysia and, that's right, you can't buy alcohol in Malaysia, so forget that.
Is it more than 3.2% alcohol?
The other thing, okay, so we ordered two things off of the appetizer menu because this was a combination sort of appetizer. But the other thing we also ordered from the appetizer menu was, nacho cheese, right?
Nacho cheese.
Okay. Nacho cheese?
Cheese was it?
Nacho, on chips, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and it was sort of okay, mediocre. Nothing. It was, I mean, that cheese was kind of, you're supposed to put stuff like jalapenos in there, and there wasn't, right?
Jalapeno. Tu gusto la jalapeno.
So you would think that they would serve you, the chips and cheese first, right?
Right.
No, they serve that second. Like, the whole concept of serving in Singapore is just very bizarre. They have no clue.
Well, all right. Sounds like I shouldn't go to Singapore.
And we've seen this in a number of restaurants. Now, Singapore is a place where nobody cooks at home. everybody goes out to eat for every meal.
Okay.
Nobody cooks. So restaurants are always full of people.
And they can't get that right.
That probably.
It's amazing to me, many restaurants we've been to, they do not have a clue on how to serve up a meal to a table. I mean, it was, there's like Aggie's, Johnny.
Yeah.
Aggie's, we could go in there because 3 people they can't serve right.
Right. Yeah. If Brian and Nick went to Aggie's, fine. Me and Brian went to Aggie's, fine. Me and Nick, we don't go to Aggie's because Brian's the one that likes that place. But all 3 of us go to Aggie's. Takes forever to get served. They can't handle a table of 3. And then we're sitting
and
there.
They don't serve everybody at once.
No, it's.
Well, in Singapore, it's just the 2 of us, and they can't serve both meals at once.
Oh. I tell you, I go to Singapore, I'm going to be having this running in my head.
Isn't that from the Cable Guy, too?
Me, Myself, and Irene.
No, Me, Myself, and Irene.
Yeah, that's the angry drums. That's my new sound effect to beat to death.
You guys are familiar with, Mentos.
Too much cheese.
Mentos.
The Mythbusters. The
Another
Mythbusters.
fresh maker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you do silly things.
They had sponsored an ad in Singapore a couple years ago. They make a big deal of this National Day, as I was talking before.
Right.
Well, this ad was promoting National Night. And you ask, what is National Night?
Yeah, I was thinking.
What is National Night?
Let's introduce what that means. That means, there is a problem in Singapore. We're going to have a solution. The solution is this ad. The problem is the birth rate is low. The solution is we have declared a national night. So go make your baby.
Oh, man. So that's the one night that women can't have a headache.
Anyway, so what I suggest is go to YouTube and do a search for Singapore National Night, and this ad will come up.
Now, is that night with a K or here we go.
N-I-G-H-T, like it's supposed to be, night, national.
Is there a silent X in it?
Is there yes, with 3 silent X's.
In a minute, baby.
So I can kiss you on the face.
Why?
Because it's National Night.
What?
You see, this August the 9th, it's time to do our civic duty. And I'm not talking about speeches, fireworks, or parades.
But I like that stuff.
I'm talking about the stuff after that stuff. I'm talking about making a baby. Baby, you ready? Let go. The parade is long gone. The kids are in bed. Let's not watch fireworks. Let's make them miss it. Yeah. It's National Night. And I want a baby. Oh, I know you want it. So does the STU. I ain't relying, baby. This is national duty. Let me SMS the details of our late night duty. Call. Yes, y'all. I'll meet you in the hall. Don't wake the kids up, cause they'll be appalled about the stuff I'm doing that bedroom. I'll take your breath away like a sonic boom.
It's National
America's crack baby.
Yeah.
So let's make fireworks ignite.
That's right.
It's National Night. Let's make Singapore's birthday spike.
Singapore's population is increasing. Get waving flags. August 9th, we be flying. Yeah. Government scholar, I want to come real hard. Tap you all night like an easy link card. Let's make a little human that looks like you and me. Exploring your body like the night safari. I'm a patriotic husband, you my patriotic wife. Let me look into your camp and manufacture life. Yeah. We gotta go all the way for Singapore, you know what I'm saying? You gotta do what you gotta do, baby.
Come on now, let's get that baby bonus.
Girl, you're so hot, I'm gonna turn on the
baby bonus?
From Changi to Juku to the KPE.
Well, they're allowed to turn on the AC.
Wow. If a fish in a line can spawn an infant. That's in my mind. Not together, let's not do different. So mobilize your body, cause my name is McLovin. Put this track on repeat, let's put it out in your oven.
It's National Night.
I wanna upgrade your hips to be, baby.
I can't wait to buy a $900
Yeah, baby, I wanna hang out in your void.
What?
A $900 stroller.
Really fancy stroller.
Very fancy stroller.
Fuck no.
Yeah. Whatever you're doing right now, whether you're about to get your towel away, get your national night on. If you're visiting the gardens by the bay right now, get your national night on. And if you're offended by the song, well, get your national night on. It's August the 9th, baby. This ain't no holiday. Raise that flag. Get mobilized. Let your patriotism explode. Cause it's national night.
I have big
Is that what they
boobs,
call it?
and I like to touch myself.
So I have a question, Gators. I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
It's National Night, right?
August 9th.
If you're by yourself, do you get national aid for that, or I mean, do they?
I don't
do they
think
help
so.
with that, or huh?
I don't think so.
Wow.
Damn it!
Wow.
We have to go for foreign aid for that one.
Mars needs to take a trip to Singapore.
I might need some foreign aid for that one, I guess.
Wow.
He wants to do his civic duty.
Now, will that be a good pickup line on National Night? You know, like, hey, baby, feel like
I'm kind of wondering if
duty?
this whole campaign worked.
I don't know. April 9th is soon, so
that's quite an idea.
Well,
you
this,
need to
is,
go
this, and this is a
outside.
couple years old. It'll say on the thing what year that was. 2000.
Are they still encouraging National Night this year, or?
Well, I haven't heard. I haven't heard.
Okay, go outside and smell the air. If you smell funk, then you know.
They should have done some shit like that in Italy. The birth rate in Italy is like fucking low too.
Well, and Japan has
see
a
that-
problem with birth rate.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. National Night is a propaganda commercial by Perfetti Van Mel, the makers of Mentos, encouraged procreation on the night of National Day in 2012. This doesn't say if it worked or not, though.
But you know, Singapore is pretty good at publishing stuff. So I bet you could find Singapore birth rate. And so, okay, so that was what year was that?
2012.
2012.
So we want to see the birth rate for 2013.
So you know, add 9 months and see if that month had a peep.
All right, let's find. Let's see. Singapore's total fertility rate slips again in 2013. Oh, that's. Nope, that did not work.
People didn't get their national night on.
Now the thing is that when you talk about a state-sponsored event and the commercial advertising it to promote this, that was not quite the style I was expecting it to go in. I mean, is that how the people talk in Singapore? Is that
yo yo yo?
I mean,
not exactly.
Not exactly.
That's an interesting
That's what I
point.
was wondering.
I'm thinking that's probably part of the problem. People were the hip hop music comes on and people are like, "What in the fuck is that?" Yeah.
Damn, that's for
Well, I think there is some local hip hop, which seems kind of weird, but.
But I'm not thinking that would have been the popular selection to make to relate to get that the most people would be able to relate to.
Yo yo.
Yo yo. National Night.
Stroller, baby.
That
$900 stroller.
Real nice stroller.
That was really something. I think that was the funniest thing we came up with all show. Was a commercial to promote fucking, sponsored by the government of a country. It doesn't get much funnier than that.
There was the part where Neo said she'd shoot you in the head if you waved out the door. That was pretty funny.
That was funny.
That wasn't that funny.
Yeah.
Well, that's because you were the shootee.
Well, but still. Usually I'm all about being the butt of the joke. I just didn't think it was that funny. You know, oh yeah, haha, I'll shoot you. Okay, funny.
As long as you know it's probably true.
Well, yeah, that's why it's not funny, because it's true. You know, I'm gonna drive right there. Yeah.
Now that was the funniest part. The fact that it would be true.
I shoot you.
Whatever. No, I think the funniest part of the show was this right here. There we go. That was it right there.
That was the funniest thing on Dune's show.
That was, but I tweaked it and perfected it for this show. We should play it for Video Vamp now. We should give Video Vamp a call so he can hear the wonderful thing we did to his great singing voice there. So let me see if we can.
I'm sorry, Video Vamp.
I'm not.
Do it.
I'm not. Not sorry at all.
He secretly loves you, Video Vamp.
We're friends. Hello.
Yeah.
It's still dialing. They made it look like he picked up right away. All right, so we're trying to call Video
Then
Vamp.
he saw it was you, and he was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, he blocked
Pretty much.
Between the hours of 5 and whenever.
Well, I did warn him I was going to call. I did warn him that I had something for him for the show, and he said, "Please don't." I mean, he said, "Please do." I love it when you call, and I love it when you play recordings of me, completely
I'm
not
afraid
modified.
to call his show on Tuesday to the point where, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to call in on a show yesterday. The problem was I listened to the show, and if you think the Kramer rap was bad, well, Video Vamp's got co-hosts that have absolutely no problem using words that start with the letter N. No problem at all whatsoever.
Oh.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to close Winamp and slowly back away from my...
That's just nuns?
Yeah.
Nuns, yes, that was the
Does
word.
he say nuns all the time?
I think that's what we was saying, yeah. That's what I was suggesting here.
9?
Yes.
9, yeah, that's another word that starts with N.
Neapolitan.
That's a terrible word to say.
Neapolitan, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Knee. You don't want to say knee because, the nice to say knee. No. That's...
New.
Oh. Naggers.
Naggers, yes.
People who annoy you.
Nah.
Be careful, you'll be
Neo.
kissing Jesse Jackson's butt.
No.
Neo.
Knight Rider.
Neo. No, that starts with a K. Vamp's not picking up. We'll call his phone. I know he wants to hear this. He just doesn't know it yet. We'll leave it on his voicemail. Damn it, where's his phone number on here? All right, here we go. No, that's not it yet either. Here we go.
It's unlisted.
Here we go. We'll ring his phone.
Jason with Nerds Limited
is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Awesome.
There we go. We left a voicemail for him.
Da-na.
I think he'll like that.
I'm sure he loves it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When you play music over the phone to him.
Every time I leave him a voicemail, he thanks me afterwards.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know, he calls me up and he says, you know,
I banged a goat.
And oh, by the way, thank you for that voicemail. And then he says, you know,
let me make something really fucking clear. I suck dick.
And I tell him I'm flattered, but I'm going to decline the offer. And
you say, let me give you this number. They will send you pictures.
Yeah, and then he reminds me that that's not all he does.
I will toss a salad.
And just in case I don't understand, he wants to emphasize that
I like the cock.
And then he plays a recording of what happened when him and Rye were hanging out that one time.
Vamp?
Yeah. Ow!
And
It's the best one.
There you go. And then he reminds us that he does not know how to properly sing the Danger Mouse theme.
There's a mouse who always smells of danger. I don't know.
That is not how the Danger Mouse theme goes. We all know the real way the theme goes is...
He's the greatest. He's fantastic. Wherever there is danger, he'll be there.
See, he was nowhere close to that. That's...
You know, all of that is on Hulu Plus.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
There we go.
Danger
I like Danger Mouse. He's cool.
Danger Mouse.
But no, he thought it goes...
There's a mouse who always smells of danger. I don't know.
Yeah, that was not even close. Not even close.
I see.
And, you know, when I'm doing this, that means only one thing. I am completely and utterly out of content.
Uh-huh.
So unless anyone's got other topics or links they want to bring up, Brian, anything left on the on your mind over there?
I can't think of anything. Marge, you got something?
Mars, has Brian been feeding you any lines through Twitter or No. You got anything else you want to bring up?
Neither has the emergency kittens. They have ignored me.
All right, Neo. Anything anything else you want to send me or have me cover?
I take it back.
No, I guess that's a no. Okay, Gothard. Anything else going on up there?
Nope.
No.
Blueberries.
Blueberries. You know, that's what we used
Time
to
to
call.
buy your time to buy your 5
The
blueberries.
Camden
Stick them in the freezer.
Kitchen and Garden Show is going on.
I found the
Wait, there's a garden show going on?
I found the car sound effects.
Great. You know, if you want, I can just open my window again.
There we go.
I figured that was enough for you. I mean...
Oh, that's in stereo. Yeah, I was kind of channeling Mars's Neighborhood right there. Yeah. Okay. We are
and
clearly...
you open your window and it doesn't sound like that at all.
No. You know... No, we already determined what it sounds like when I open my window. But I have to find the right file again. Let me see. I got to find the screen capture of the Shazam that I got from hanging the phone out my window. Because
Shazam.
Yeah.
Shazam.
Oh man, I must have deleted that. Shit.
Oh.
That's okay. I'll.
Does it sound kind of like?
Well, now you're just quoting stereotypes.
I live in the same city as you Gators.
Okay, I think if I open up my window, I hear a little something kind of like. Hopefully this works. Something like this file that's got 10 seconds of silence at the beginning for some reason. Thank you, whoever.
Trim that.
Pero recuerda también que cuando a ti te encontré, yo me moría de dolor.
Yeah, that's what we get if I open my window.
No me prohíbas salir.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Like I said, I live in the same city as you do, Gators. You just live more ghetto than I do.
No, I don't. Perfectly fine neighborhood. You've not been to my place. It's a perfectly fine neighborhood. And Brian's been to my neighborhood once, right, Brian?
Brian, what do you think of Gators' neighborhood?
I wouldn't go there after dark.
Yeah.
It's perfectly fine. It's, you know what? It's dark and it's perfectly fine here.
Uh-huh.
What made you think that you wouldn't want to be here after dark?
I would want to have on a, shall we say, an urban ghillie suit.
Hey. I don't know what that is, so I'm going to not...
A ghillie suit is what a sniper wears. It's all camouflaged. Usually it's camouflage for the woods, but I would have an urban version.
He can get a flak jacket. That'll be fine.
This neighborhood is...
A Kevlar flak jacket.
This neighborhood's perfectly fine.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong here.
That's why he wants
or a
Oregon.
ninja costume.
Ninja costume.
Yes, he can rap outside and see what happens.
Or you could just stay indoors.
Yeah, that works too.
I have no problem going out here at night. I, go out, drive out to the 7-Eleven to get a Slurpee, and nothing wrong with that. And then I can't keep in mind, I did live in Oakland before I moved here, so this was a step up.
Right, it's a step up. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
it is.
Good reminder.
And I think going to Salem, Oregon, is going to be another step up. I'm thinking. I hope.
Although I think in Oregon you'll find more preppers.
More preppers.
But preppers are cool.
Yes.
That's okay. I won't bother them. They won't bother me.
But...
No, you get to know them. You want to be part of their team. After all, if the shit does hit the fan, they'll be shooting you. So you want to avoid them to be shooting you, right?
I think no matter what, they're going to be shooting me if the shit hits the fan. So,
Well, no, if you're part of their team, they're not going to shoot you.
I want to know what you're drinking to make your shit hit the fan.
You just hover, squat.
Actually, Mars, that's actually a good line. I'm going to try to remember that one.
There you go.
You just kind of squat over a fan and.
Yeah, but you know what? If it's on high, it's just going to hit you back, right?
Well, it all depends
I learn,
on which way you're pointing it. Yes, Gothard, what did you learn?
Not wise to start your shirts with ketchup.
That is the type of thing that requires some elaboration there, Gothard.
Nope, just made it up on the spot. But I've learned that that's not a good idea.
But how have you learned that if you just made it up? You don't know. For all you know, it could be a good idea.
Yeah. Talking about all the red ketchup spraying all over the place as being trouble.
Yeah, that is
I
trouble.
learned that that's probably not a good idea.
So you've tried this?
Nope.
Well, there was the animated GIF. If you look at it, Gators, with the ketchup going everywhere.
Well, there was that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Brian, what have you learned?
We did miss a Top Gear moment in this episode.
Okay.
Top Gear?
Top Gear.
What Top Gear moment did we miss? What do you mean?
What did we miss?
Well, we didn't have a Top Gear moment.
Okay.
And so I had a Top Gear moment. And that is I was out walking at a mall, and they had a little show there of cars that were unbelievably overpriced and completely unavailable in the U.S. Oh, because they're Citroen. And these cars had these little sales ad things. They were basically painted on the paint job.
Oh, that's a shame.
So great gas mileage, this, that, and the other thing. But two of the cars there had a reference to Top Gear. So this was such and such car of the year. One was a hatchback, and the other was a station wagon, or as they call it, a state car. So that was kind of cool. And I did take some pictures, so I'll post them on Twitter to you guys.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
And if you want to see those pictures too, follow @BrianBlues on Twitter. All right. And Mars, what have you learned?
I've learned that the emergency kittens are rat bastards for not looking at my tweet.
And Neo, what have you learned?
I learned that Yaoi Anime is more interesting than your show.
Oh.
That's great.
Whoa.
And I've learned getting Dune and Brian on the line at the same time is a dangerous thing.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm muted. I hope you don't mind. Blame me.
I
ate a granola bar and some oranges. I
think as long
See,
as
Mars, you were there to referee, and you did not do your duty.
there was no refereeing.
I walked away.
There was no room
with that.
for a referee to fit in there. I had to scream just to, be able to ask some questions to understand.
You were just an interference.
I was not an interference. I was trying to, learn some from Dune. Learn his position and where he's coming from. You two were just shouting back and forth at each other.
Set him right on
we'll
Sunday.
try to work on. We'll try to work on that.
Try to work.
I also learned I can take a nap for 2 weeks on Wednesdays.
All right. I've learned that Dune's calls are better when he's pretending to be someone else.
Oh, instead of a politician?
Whatever. Anyways. But in all seriousness, I learned that Hobby Lobby's issue was not with contraception in general, but was with one specific thing, the abortion pill, and that the Supreme Court ruling only applied to family businesses. So I did actually learn something today. And on that note, thank you, everyone. Did we cover everyone? I'm sorry, Ted. Ted, what have you learned?
I was hoping you would skip me because I didn't learn anything.
You learned nothing. You lose. Good day.
I did learn that the schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
Okay.
You did.
And I didn't actually really say that I learned something, but I did. I remembered I did learn something, and that is that RU5 whatever to a liberal that's a contraception. To a conservative, that's an abortion.
Right.
And I wasn't going to get into the particulars of that. Some people think it's wrong, whatever. Some people think it's not wrong, whatever.
Well, Yeah. And that's sort of the point.
Right.
I like the Tin Man.
To me,
I like turtles.
The thing is that Dune called in and corrected the error, but to me, that wasn't even the point of it. So that's why I just wanted to kind of go, okay, you were right. We were wrong about that point. It was about that one specific thing, but everything else still applies here. And then he pointed out that it was only applying to family businesses. Okay, all right. You corrected us in that detail. Now, defend the ruling, though, because the ruling still basically says that, religion trumps federal law.
Chooses. Your employer chooses what the ruling says.
If your employer is a family business, clarifying the details.
No, but it doesn't specify a family business. It basically says any time the company rules.
Dune says that that's not what the ruling says. So
watch the follow through on this. We're going to get fucked up the ass.
Well,
sorry to keep the subject.
Well, then you won't need a contraceptive.
Then you won't need a contraceptive.
That's right.
That is
good point. I want to use that. Oh yeah, we're being fucked up the ass.
That is the Hobby Lobby approved contraceptive right there. And on that note, thank you for listening to this episode of Suburban Homeboys.
Thank you for that one. I think that's great.
Brought to you by...
You're welcome to this show anytime.
Brought to you by anal sex. Better than the abortion pill. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Especially on August 9th.
Yes. Remember, this August 9th, no anal. Go for the real deal. With Mentos.
Yeah. August 9th is probably Wednesday.
Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that robotic noise.
No, that's the Children's Television Workshop, remember?
Well, that's the last ending sounds of Gesang der Junglinge by Karl-Heinz Stockhausen.
Do what?